Good morning. Welcome to our July 28, 2015 Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please stand for the pledge of allegiance? Al, could you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I'd like to welcome Mike Calaveras back. Needless to say, we missed him quite a bit here, and we're happy to see him right back up here with us. That's great.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back. I want to thank the board members for carrying on and the public for the prayers and phone calls I got while I was indisposed. It's good to be back, folks.
And also yesterday, got to see Megan's baby. She was here, Megan, our county council, and baby looks just like her. She's really great. So they're both doing well. All right, so we're going to move into public comments. And so public comments will be, how many people will speak in public comments today? 1, 2, 3. 3? Okay. 4. So we can have 5 minutes for public comments. So an item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency of the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Thanks, Shirley. I was still cooking, so I had to get here. So public comments, please.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. And just to call attention to everyone that 25 years ago, the American Disabilities Act was signed into effect by President George Bush, who proclaimed at that time, "Let this shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down." The intent of the law was to protect people with disabilities from discrimination, enable them to participate fully in the workplace and in their communities. 25 years later, much has been done. I happened to see on the news last night that one agency that has been allocated $2 billion to employ disabled people has been misusing the money, and less than 20% of their employees nationwide are truly disabled people. So as much as this bill is intended to do good, once again we see a lot of mismanagement and cheating. One thing that is going to be happening is 2 bills are introduced in California, one in the Senate and one in the Assembly, designed to modify the American Disability Act in California, which now can fine a business $5,000 and give them 60 days to bring their facility into compliance. The bills are designed to minimize the fine, I believe, to $1,000 and allow the business to have 120 days to come into compliance. Because what has happened is a bunch of unscrupulous lawyers have seen a way to make money off of this legislation, and they find a couple of disabled people and convince them it's a good idea to go to business after business after business, and we've seen it and heard about it and read about it in the paper where businesses are closed down because, especially in rural counties, we have ancient buildings which have steps and things that are not accessible. So the intent of the whole thing is to provide access and awareness, not to penalize and hurt people and close small businesses. So keep that in mind when these bills come up, and remember that handicapped people have come a long way, and there's a long way to go. Thank you.
Any more public comments?
Council Gallant, Taxpayer Association. We agree with Bonnie. There's been a lot of abuse on that law. Although making provisions for and removing barriers for handicapped people is a good thing. Hindsight tells us that perhaps it wasn't a constitutional function of the federal government. There's nowhere in the Constitution where the federal government has the responsibility or the authority to mandate local building codes or things of that nature. Someday, our society will become more aware of the constitutional limitations, and those things will change. On a positive side, the Taxpayer Association is going to have its annual barbecue, which will include a forum for public officials, and we'll be talking about current affairs. And this will be on August 29th, at the same place at Steve Fairchild's property near Moaning Cavern. We'll have a news release out about that. Our main speaker is going to be George Runner with the Board of Equalization. He's an excellent speaker, and he's been fighting real hard on behalf of the taxpayer, and especially in the some of the abuses that the state government has done, such as the fire tax, and so it promises to be an excellent meeting, and we hope that those that care about local affairs would want to attend. Thank you.
Al, what time is that barbecue scheduled?
It's 5 to 8.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Reeves, your liaison to Pacific Gas and Electric. And I've met with a couple of you individually. I'd love the opportunity to meet with all of you at some point just to hear your thoughts on PG&E's work in the county and anything we can do better, and the status of projects that are in your community. Although we've got mainly electric in Calaveras County, we do have almost 5 miles of gas transmission pipeline in Calaveras County, and so we will be in the coming weeks meeting with your county administrator to talk about incompatible vegetation that might be on top of those pipelines. And again, it's only about 5 miles worth of pipeline in your community, but we will be needing to talk about safety on that gas pipeline. And also, we have been working with your sheriff's office, Captain Cito, on ensuring that we have a plan for emergencies that come up so that PG&E and your county can work seamlessly on ensuring that there's restoration for your power. And so we do feel we have a very good plan in place with your sheriff's office, and Captain Cito has been great working with us. And I've already heard of some projects that you would like updates on, but if there's anything else that I can ever do for you in terms of being that liaison to the company, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments?
Save the best for last, folks. Good morning. Oh, nice to see everybody's smiling faces. I'm glad the planning department is not on the agenda, so I thought I may fill up the space with some of my comments. We've been working on this general plans for a long time now, for many, many years. For great amount of money, I would be more than happy. But nobody ever said that, hey, everybody claims they're taking what people want. There's a simple solution, folks. Put it on the damn ballot. So all the advocates of both directions, let them put their money where their mouth is. Maybe they learned a lesson from a past election and agreed the right way. We made some steps the right direction, and I'm very happy, even though some of you I don't always agree with, but I do have a great respect. For all the 10 years I've been coming in here, and I've been hearing all this double talk and BS, you folks are the first one to say, hey, that was a mistake, and you corrected it. I have more respect for you, those folks. Now, I'm not going to go through this in 5 minutes. But whatever I can finish, I'll be putting it on social networks like Facebook and etc. I just happened to pick out one of these, ICLEI. They have something to do with you folks, isn't it? This was supposed to be the program from 2010 to 2015. Local government for sustainability preparing for tomorrow. Well, they've been having their ways a little bit more or less. Look around your county. Look around the state. Aren't you doing great? Don't you feel better today than you did 10 years ago, 20 years ago? But all these people who are going to help us. Let me read something. Our advocacy. That's the program. That's the propaganda. And I believe most of you, if not all of you, are genuinely sincere folks. ICLEI serves as a global entry point for cities, local government engaged with the United Nations as international and national policy process. Don't you feel better now that the United Nations on Agenda 21, you can be the forefront to implicate that? Advocate increase of powers and access to revenue by local government with United Nations and government. Boy, that United Nations is a very generous establishment, isn't it? Doesn't make you feel good that you're going along with the United Nations. Advocate direct access to climate finance and other funds by local government in inversion of climate finance mechanisms to enable and implement the needs to drive local development. How much money have you seen? Is that coming from the state? Is that just regional non-profit stakeholders? They must be very bashful that they don't want to. Who they are, what they are. Where are they getting all this good money that they want to spend with you folks? ICLEI's initial campaign and program have evolved to cover a broader range of themes which includes municipal planning and management, sustainability management, land use development, climate change adoption, and resilience management procurement. Well, those are big English words, so you might get that translated for me. Because of my time limitation, policy innovation, local agenda 21. I don't hear anybody laughing behind me this time. Local agenda 21 with stakeholders' involvement, green economy, security, and social development. Doesn't it make you feel good? ICLEI will tell you what your social response. Hey, let's redefine family. Oh, you already put it in there. Every one of your general plan. They will redefine family for you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Either they think you're a dumbass, that you don't know what the family is, or they're giving you a whole bunch of line of bull manure that hasn't been dried yet. Other initiative programs that an event will be organized and offered on regional, national level. Use the opportunity of Rio plus 23rd Summit Rio de Janeiro in the year 2012 opportunity to review and effectiveness of local sustainability and be advised. Folks, they don't kiss you first. I guarantee you that much. And I don't believe I'm that such an ass because I do have a family I love very much. Sometimes I like to kill them. But thank God they give me some wonderful grandkids that I can spoil the hell out of them.
and I think I know what the family is. I worked for what I got. I came to this country with a sweatpants on me that the Red Cross gave me. I appreciate it, and I know the difference between a communal project and a cooperative project.
Okay, Peter. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Joe Kelly, PG&E being here brought the thought to mind. When Miss Calloway and Mr. Spellman were here, there was a tier rate that was purchased for the jail and the sheriff's office. I'd like to get a report back on how well that's doing so we can have an idea what kind of cost savings were actually being accrued by that, if any. Number two, in your balanced budget info from now on, how about providing us with how many people were laid off and in the year before possibly, or that year, however it works, rehired, and then department transferred, and then another layoff to balance the budget of that year. That would be transparency. Then we have, I read this morning, Prop 13 is under another massive attack. They want to go back to before Prop 13 was put in and all our property taxes go up so high that people are losing their homes to the tax man. Great. California, a real fine place to live anymore. And then the last issue, CalPERS is in bigger trouble than previously thought. Question is, how will the county create funds to fund CalPERS for its mistakes? It's going up. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Good morning, Bill McManus, Calaveras Project. While we're talking about ADA, or when it came up, I've encountered several instances in the county where the county has abdicated its authority and responsibility to preserve and enforce ADA requirements. So what happens is when the county doesn't do it, we don't do it at the local level, people are forced to go someplace else. When you go to the feds with an ADA complaint, many times you're intercepted by attorneys who can pick up that case, and they do get a bounty or a fee or whatever you want to call it. But it's the only way that people who have disabilities can have their voice and concerns addressed. And it may be an ugly system, but that's just the way it works. So perhaps if the county would take a more serious approach to enforcing ADA in this county, we could keep it local and not have these types of things happening within our county. And that's it for ADA. Just as a note, I wanted to give a shout out via our public TV to some people in Murphy's. As you may know, the dispensary in Murphy's, the application was withdrawn. It caused a huge uproar in town. And during that process, 3 business people, property owners, were approached by people wanting to rent or purchase their properties to open a pot shop. All 3 of these people, who will remain anonymous, refused to sell or rent in the spirit of keeping our community someplace we'd like to live, and turned down all requests for those operations. So they know who they are, I know who they are, and I just want to say thank you publicly to them. Those are the kinds of citizens that make our county great. The last issue I'm sure you're all aware of, you're probably been getting emails, is the uncontrolled industrial scale growing of marijuana in this county. I get lots of calls, the organization gets lots of calls, and there's 2 questions that are asked all the time. What can we do about it, and how did this happen? The answer is the same to both questions. While there's very little we can do because we don't have an ordinance, it revolves back into code compliance or something else that gets lost in county council. It just seems to disappear someplace. So what I tell the people, the answer, like I say, is the same to both questions. What do you do about it? Contact the board. Why did it happen? the Board of Supervisors. In April, when you decided to do nothing, a huge green light was lit to encourage the unrestricted, unregulated industrial quantity growing of marijuana in this county. And like I tell the people, there's only one group that can change it, and that's the Board of Supervisors. You guys started it, you need to finish it. So I hope that doesn't sound harsh, but that just happens to be the truth, and that's what I tell people. Other than that, there's very little we can do to help them. It's up to you folks to do it. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. So any members of the public wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Number 4, please.
Peter, number 4. Any others? Any board members wish to remove an item? No? Okay. All right, Peter? Oh, wait.
Make a motion to approve the rest of the...
Thank you, sorry.
I'll
All right.
second.
So we have a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items by Supervisor Wright and a second by Supervisor Ponce. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Haven't said that in a while. Thanks, Mike. All right, so Peter.
As a general comment, when it does not affect your general fund, you haven't been away from your neighbors that you do know that they're still paying for, even though it's not general fund, grants. Okay, if you folks, just look at me. I'm going to make an ass out of myself. What's the name of this person who's getting $3,585 a month? Don't cheat. You were going to approve it. 5 years, you're going to approve it. It's a great person. $3,585 a month of your taxpayers' money. Who is he? When was the last time he talked to you?
His name is Dr. Kaleda, and he's our public health officer and has been for quite a few years.
See, there are some genuine, intelligent, very attractive, wonderful ladies. The point I'm trying to make is it's nice to put somebody. And did you read this whole thing?
Yes, I did, but I wasn't sure how to pronounce his last name, so I'm thankful that she told us.
Okay. When was the last time he talked to you? Thank you. That's my point.
About 2 weeks ago?
You came down to the board meeting?
No,
No.
out in the public.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this might be a procedural thing. In reading the agenda submittal, I see in the recommendation it says a 35-month period of August 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016. Is that a typo in there?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
That was a good catch.
Thought my math was going south on me.
It's a 3-year contract.
Got a comment on the item?
Yes.
Would it be possible to have an annual report where the doctor would indicate what he did during that year? And that way the taxpayers will know that they're getting their money's worth. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments on the issue? Mary? Any comments from you?
Dr. Kaleda has been the public health officer since about 2000, and he provides consultation services for the health department and actually for most of the county government. He also provides it for the environmental office as well. And he's on basically call 24/7. That's part of the issue with his, and why we revised his contract is because of that. He is, there are times even during his regular private practice that our nurses are sitting in his office waiting to talk to him because of various issues. And so we find that he's been more than amenable all of these years to provide those services for us. He also provides a number of educational services in our community that are very much needed. And he can also, just to let you know, some of the things in general he can talk about, but some things he may not be able to, obviously because of HIPAA. Does that answer all the questions?
Actually, that's very minimal, but
Well,
Dr. Kaleda is an asset
Right.
to Calaveras County in the services that he provides in the leadership and direction for public health.
Yes. Well, I was trying to make, you have an agenda yet, so I was just trying to make it easy. Other questions?
No? Any other public comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead. I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Pani, second by Supervisor Oliveira to approve number 4, but with the change of the dates. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So it's 5-0. All right. So now we're going to move on to our regular agenda. On this, number 1 is public hearing, so I'll have to open a public hearing. And the intention here is to, we're going to table this until September 22nd, but I'd like to hear public comments, any questions that you may have as a part of this, the process for the formation of the RCD. And then on the 22nd, we will have a study session with experts here, and so that we can get some of those questions answered, and also try to vent this thing out through so that the public actually understands it more. So, it reads: hold a public hearing with possible adoption of a resolution of application requesting the Calaveras Local Agency Formation Commission that proceeds for formation of a Resource Conservation District, RCD, in Calaveras County, with boundaries to continuous with the county boundary. And so, I'm going to close our regular meeting and open our public hearing now, and then ask for public comment. So, here we are. This is public comments on RCD.
Joe Kelly. I support the concept of the RCD. I think the stormwater that does damage can be turned into recharge of groundwater without destroying ag land. Water recharge, best use of ag and forest lands. Stormwater retention or detention, choose the best description of the day. Hopefully the RCD will relieve Fish and Game from its Calaveras County induced inability to enforce its codes in Calaveras County. That would be Fish and Game Code 1602. I am interested in how the RCD might be able to restore my tree count for an olive orchard from 1984 trees originally, dropping 185 trees for house, shop, staging area to 1799 trees, and a loss due to flooding of 171 trees, dropping to 628 trees remaining. tree plantings are in a drop planting spacing of 20-foot rows, 20 feet between the trees. Yes, Calaveras County pits agriculture against agriculture. The property is in the National Wetlands Registry as a pre-emergent freshwater wetlands. The RCD will have to become knowledgeable of the Highway 4 Wagon Trail project, location of Highway 4 and Nassau Creek, now and when the new bridge is built, to monitor volume and velocity of watershed runoff. I am supportive of the RCD and will assist by providing 10 years of gathered information, including aerial photographs of the subject area from 1944, 1954, 1959, and 1969 and 1977, which 77 shows there was no illegal water retention facility obstruction in Nassau Creek. And going on to 1984, the first aerial photo showing the illegal water retention facility obstruction in Nassau Creek, a violation of Fish and Game Code 1602. I think I just offered the first RCD project. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Howard. I live in Mountain Ranch. I had the honor and privilege of serving as the Calaveras County Agricultural Commissioner from 1980 to 2005. During that 25-year period, we piggybacked onto Amador County's RCD for some invasive weed project funding, but on a very minimal basis. And I applaud those who have at least brought this topic up for discussion. I think Calaveras County has been long overdue to have an RCD established. And Mr. Chairman, I compliment you on at least moving this to a study session and getting more information out there. I think it's sorely lacking in the community what an RCD does and is. And time for that discussion has arrived. I think our agricultural community and others have been at a significant loss of potential revenue sources to do some conservation and water development projects that we need in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alsagolla Taxpayer Association, and there's some ideas with this, or with the RCD are pretty good, and there's also some areas that are in danger. The way we see it, we like to keep government limited. That means that things that this new entity would do would not infringe on property rights and would not disrupt our economy, or to attempt to manipulate the economy to such an extent that our private sector can no longer function. A case in point is sometime back, there was quite a campaign against our timber industry in California. Very successful campaign. It wiped out maybe 80% of logging in the Sierras. The consequences of that have just been terrible. Connecting the consequences with the cause is almost non-existent in the media. Non-existent. The way that this happened was by removing even age harvesting, which is the latest techniques in forest management, which allow the trees to be evenly spaced so that they're healthy, and that the snow can gather in the shadows, was eliminated. And with that came a tremendous growth of fuels with random natural planting of trees closely spaced that just turned into be a tinderbox. And all this was known at the time, but it was ignored. So in establishing another level of government, if we would do this, we need to keep in mind that the private sector already has solutions to some of the major problems we have, such as increasing water retention and also fire prevention, as well as increasing our economy with more jobs that are tied to the timber industry. So we need to look to the timber industry to, as much as possible, resume their role that they traditionally had. And bear in mind that we need to also protect the environment. So the taxpayers would look at this in a conservative way and want to make sure that we're not interrupting our natural economy, particularly the timber industry, and that we are not intruding on property rights. If that can be accomplished, there's some educational things that could be very beneficial that would connect to this. We would, we applaud that. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments?
Good morning. My name is Bob Dean. I'm a resident of District 2. I think an RCD is of critical importance to the future of Calaveras County and to the future of agriculture in Calaveras County. I've been involved to a certain extent in trying to discuss and reach out to those parties who would have an interest in having an RCD in Calaveras County. And I was concerned, and you know, that Cliff, when I sent an email to you, I said that I felt that this was premature. There has to be buy-in from the county. There has to be buy-in from LAFCO as all part of the process. But I really would love to see the opportunity of bringing this to the different interests in agriculture and conservation in Calaveras County before we move and actually go through the governance procedure that we're going to have to follow in order to make this happen. And there's been some confusion about how we can go about doing it. But nonetheless, I think that this thing is getting the kind of traction it needs to come to some form of successful conclusion. And I appreciate what the board has done and the interest that they've exhibited. I just want to work closely and see that this becomes and maintains and retains the collaborative process so that there are no questions going down the road, that the opportunity for people to give criticism, both positive and negative, can be heard. And when this thing is formed, there'll be a substantial community base to support this and get it going. Interestingly enough, I had a conversation with John Mills on Friday. He called me on the phone and he said, we have a problem with the RCD in Calaveras. And I asked him why this is the case. And he said, the IRWM process, through their drought legislation and drought funding, has given to the Tuolumne County RCD, I think, in excess of $4 million to address conservation projects, conservation education, and that kind of thing. The fact that there is no RCD at this point in time in Calaveras County, the process devolved to the Tuolumne RCD. And I was told that through conversations at DWR that if we formed an RCD before the money was distributed, that Calaveras County would be eliminated from many of the benefits of that grant funding. I don't know how true it is. I have no reason to suspect it, but at the same time, I don't have the information. I've been trying to get to the bottom of this, but I just don't have the information. So I think, in fact, taking our time may be of benefit to us, because a percentage of that money has been allocated for conservation projects in Calaveras County. And that leads me to another point, which is not part of the agenda, but it's something that I really wish you would consider and bring back some discussion and concern, and that is participation in the Tuolumne Stanislaus IRWM. I know the last board withdrew from it, and I felt at the time that it was a mistake. I think that it was an issue of being penny wise and pound foolish, because we would have been actively engaged. When I say we, I mean Calaveras County would have been actively engaged in the discussion revolving around this presentation of drought money, and we wouldn't be faced with this potential elimination if that's indeed the case. I know it's probably confusing. It's just as confusing to me, and I've had some conversations. But I think it's something we need to keep in mind, and I really would like to see you agendize a discussion on possibly participating or rejoining the Tuolumne Stanislaus, because I think, well, the bottom line is the Stanislaus River, despite the fact that its headwaters are mostly in Tuolumne County, it's probably going to be the most important river in Calaveras County for our future. We have the greatest number of water rights. We own the New Spicer Reservoir, which means we do have some opportunity to impound water. Whether that'll ever come back for consumptive use, I don't know. But the fact nonetheless remains that we have no control over the McCollum. We have marginal control over the Calaveras, but it has its problem, fine. But the Stanislaus River is a critically important river, and we need to be on top of that. Participating in the RWM will go a long way. Thank you.
Any other comments on the RCD? So I'm the one that is pushing this hard forward, and you know, I guess people can say that maybe it's too fast, but you know, I'm looking at our county and it moves pretty slow. I've never actually experienced any business or anything moving this slow as far as the economy goes, and you know, and how we can improve it. I've identified myself, and I'm sure others have too, but just me thinking, many different areas in which our county can improve. In our base industry, as far as I'm concerned, is agriculture in our county. That's what we have. Our next industry is tourism, which is like the roller coaster. So agriculture is one of the things that we need to concentrate on to bolster and make it all it can be. We as a government here at the county can't really do much about that. What we are here is basically a place where people go to process paperwork and permits and things like that. That's what we do here. So an RCD is that exterior group that can help with moving us in the right direction and helping our county get some of the projects and funding that is needed to be able to bolster our agriculture. So, and we're going to learn a lot more about it on September 22nd because we'll have a study session. I know that that there's some people that call and they're afraid of this or a little bit intimidated by it, or some people got their feelings hurt in many cases because I'm kind of a person, like if I pick up a football, I like to run with it. Can't run as good as I used to, but I like to get things done. And I don't think in many cases that we need to wait 5 or 6 or 10 years to do things. We're here and now. Our economy is terrible, and we have the opportunity to do something about that. I'd like to take the opportunity to do it in the right way. So I'd like to give the board an opportunity to speak on that if they want. We are going to table this. We're not going to vote on it today. It'll be tabled until September 22nd. We'll have a study session. There will be people here, hopefully from the state, and I'm sure Robert will be able to bring a bunch of folks too to educate us. Robert actually was the one that held a meeting in January. Bob Dean held a meeting in January to present the RCD. I got pretty excited about it. And I didn't hear anything for a while, and so that I do what I do. I just took action on it and got it rolling. So, and it'll go through the process. We're not like forcing anything. We're just getting the process moving, so that we can learn more about it. Somebody.
Yeah, just a couple comments. So, I'm in support of pursuing this and seeing where it leads us. The only thing I ask is that, when we talk about all of Calaveras County, in my district, I have the City of Angels Camp. I see where they're included on the map, and I want to make sure that they have a voice at some point as a governmental agency, and finding out more about this and having a voice as well as a vote on this.
Yeah, I got a nastygram from, well, it wasn't really a nastygram, but kind of from city manager, and I apologize for that. But that's what brings out things. I wouldn't have known even anyhow. So it brings it out. We get to deal with it. I've asked to get on their agenda in Angel so that I can ask them cordially if they would be interested. Again, we'll have the study sessions and the public comment, and I think that's what we need to do. But like I said, I don't think things need to take, too many years to get something good going here in the county, and I'd like to get our goals. Mike?
I've been able to keep up, although in my absence, to what's been happening in the county. And one of these issues was the RCD proposed by Chairman Edson. And I totally support your position in this, and I do agree with Supervisor Ponte about including City of Angels, because it is in that geographical foundation. Once again, I do share the concept of moving forward, acting on issues, although being cautious to the pitfalls of doing that. So yes, I support the RCD and looking forward to the study session. And I would inquire to any involved parties or interested parties that they attend that study session, because that's the best way that we have a chance to listen to what the folks in our county want. Of course, we have our own private media, telephone, email, Facebook. But one-to-one contact, looking someone in the eyes, and listening to what they say is very important to me when making decisions. So yes.
I concur with the previous comments. I support it. I know Supervisor Hudson has put a considerable effort into making this happen, as well as some other efforts that we've heard about today, and I look forward to the study session.
Silence, huh? Okay. So here's the one that talked me into going to the RCD meeting. But I got to thank Bob Dean for bringing this forward in the first place in January. And then Dennis Mills also, he's like a cow prod. So, I appreciate the folks that are looking out for our county and pushing me too. So, we'll get it right. And it'll be fair and balanced. That's the goal, and it'll be for agriculture. That's the goal. So, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the City of Angels as well. So I'm going to close public comments. I'm going to close the public hearing now, and we'll resume back to our Board of Supervisors meeting. So that's clear on what we're doing. Okay, so we're going to go to item number 8 then. So item number 8, adopt a resolution appointing Jason Botzer, Environmental Management Agency Administrator, Air Pollution Control Officer, effective July 25th, 2015.
On July 14th, the Board of Supervisors held a closed session and voted 4-0 with Supervisor Oliveira absent to appoint Jason as the Environmental Management Agency / Air Pollution Control Officer effective July 25th, and directed the Administrative Office to bring forward a resolution memorializing that. What you have before you today is that resolution.
Okay. Do I have any public comments?
Just a long question for you. Is he going to be half as good as Mr. Moss? Thank you. No answer?
Joe Kelly, another thought that came up under this and number 8, but I'll speak to this one. Mr. Moss also had the animal control. Where's that going now? Because now it's all being separated out and it's not being discussed in here to let us know what's happening to it.
It's remaining under the Environmental Management Agency. The Environmental Management Agency encompasses agriculture, environmental health, air pollution control, animal services, and on-site wastewater.
All right. And I do support the appointment of Jason, only because the man over there twisted my arm and now I have bursitis. Thank you.
You could probably fix that, too. Okay, any other public comments? Jason?
Jason Baitzer, Environmental Management Agency Administrator and Air Pollution Control Officer. So I just want to thank the board again for this opportunity and also serving the citizens of Calaveras County. Mr. Howard's in the audience, and he hired me and Brian 13 years ago in August. So it's been a fun ride thus far, and I look forward to continuing serving the citizens in a new capacity. In animal services especially, and the agricultural community, which I previously didn't oversee. So working at my grandparents' ranch in Amador County, this will be fun having that background and interest too. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any other public comments here? All right.
With that, I'd make a motion to approve.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte and a second by Supervisor Wright to approve appointing Jason Blotzer to Environmental Management Agency Administrator, Air Pollution Control Officer, effective July 25th, 2015. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You're hired.
Mr. Chairman,
Not like we had a choice.
one quick note. If I would have been at that closed session, I would have voted for you, Jason.
We all know you were doing Brian's work for him anyhow.
So how much did that cost?
All right. All right, so number 9, we're going to have to, change our meeting from the Board of Supervisors meeting to the Air Pollution Control Board. And that's where we are right now. We're in Air Pollution Control Board now. Board number 9, resolution appointing the Environmental Management Agency Administrator as the Air Pollution Officer.
In, I believe it was April of 2010, a resolution was adopted by the board appointing the Environmental Management Agency Administrator as the Air Pollution Control Officer. However, that resolution specifically named Brian Moss, who was then the Administrator, as the Air Pollution Control Officer. The attached resolution names the position of Environmental Management Agency Administrator as the Air Pollution Control Officer. So if sometime in the future, much distant future, the person in that position changes, that resolution does not have to be revisited.
Okay. Any public comments? Board?
I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So it moves on. And thank you, Jason, for that responsibility. Yes. So we're going to close the Air Pollution Control Board meeting, and we're going to come back to our Board of Supervisors meeting. Did you notice the change? And then we're going to take about a 10-minute break here for a second, okay? For 10 minutes. signs and props and stuff in here, we actually have a policy against that. So could you please remove them? Thank you.
I need some visual aids. Where would you like me to put them?
I don't know, they're yours.
You want those at the entrance? Sure. Are these in your way, Nick?
Yeah, we actually have them all.
Yeah, what you put it on. You want that?
Yeah, read that.
When it starts.
What? Yeah. Thank you, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. So the rules, the county board has procedures, and Rule 47, which I didn't know about until just now. The board has the power to implement security measures in the board chambers and in alternate locations where the board may meet. Signs, posters, banners, and other hazardous objects, which could impair the safety of individuals in the event of an emergency, may be prohibited. In a large object container that may be deemed a hazardous object which could impair the safety of individuals in the event of an emergency may be also prohibited. All permitted items shall be placed at the direction of the board chair and the board chair's designee. So it already started, it stacked up, first few rows couldn't even see, that sort of thing. So.
No problem. Can I bring them back in?
Not the big ones.
I'll take them on.
And the thing I worry about that is turning around, poking somebody in the eye, that sort of thing.
Not a problem. All
right. So we have agenda item number 10, presentation by the Calaveras County Economic Development Company. And here we have Dave Jeffords and Bob Doughton to make their presentation.
Mic's on. Hello? Yeah. Good morning, supervisors. We appreciate you inviting us here today. We got a short presentation, and there will be time for questions afterwards. First, we'd like to introduce ourselves. Like Cliff said, I'm Dave Jeffords, President, and Bob Doughton, Secretary. We've also got Maurice Bennett, who's Vice President, and Mark Fortune, who's our Treasurer. What is the EDC? We're a non-profit, non-political organization. The purpose is to serve Calaveras businesses, residents, and visitors by developing strategies to help promote business growth, increase employment, and provide greater availability of goods and services. How do we do that? To accomplish that mission, we offer solutions of our own, and we also partner with other service organizations and provide economic solutions. Funding. We're funded through grants and donations and fees. We receive no money from Calaveras County, and to put you at ease, we are not here to ask you for any money today. We're here today because we feel like we can accomplish more if we team up. So we want to talk about that. The agenda is very simple. We're going to talk about the CCEDC vision and our priorities, what small businesses need. We also want to get better acquainted and share what we've learned and explore the benefits of working together. The vision. Our vision is that of an economy where supply and demand are more fully balanced. What that means is we think that consumers will be able to find more of the things they need closer to home, which in turn fuels the small businesses who provide the jobs in the county. Our priorities. To decide where to begin, when we were starting out about a year ago, we met and worked with other economic development agencies in the county, principally the Tualatin Development Authority. We concluded that attracting out-of-county businesses takes the longest, it costs the most, and it creates competition for our local businesses. Meanwhile, helping our existing businesses succeed has the greatest payoff. It keeps existing workers employed and creates the possibility that they can create new jobs. In fact, studies show that during periods of economic growth, 80% of the new jobs come from existing businesses. So that's why we're focusing on business retention and expansion, number one up there. And as for the new entrepreneurs, the EDC is establishing itself as a resource and conduit for those who want help getting business started. We can point them in the right direction and point them to the agencies that have those capabilities. To get us up and going quickly, we've formed a lot of partnerships with these different agencies around the county. Motherlode Job Training has services for the job seeker from entry level to mid-level, and then it also has services for the employer to help them when seeking qualified employees. The Small Business Development Center down at Delta College is funded through the Labor Department, and they strictly focus on providing services to the small businessmen. We're working with them. The Central Sierra Economic Development District is a federally recognized economic development district. It includes Calaveras County, Alpine County, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and the cities of Sonora and Angels Camp. And then for the Chamber, we've recently started working with President Mark Borchin and the new Executive Director there, Stacy Johnston, on common interest projects that we have. They've been very helpful to us. What small businesses need? We started out here in San Andreas on a program that's going to be ongoing. It's going to take a while, but we started walking Main Street, San Andreas, going out, shaking hands with the business owners, asking them a few simple questions, about their business, how it's going. What you see up here are the results that we heard back over and over again, talking to these shopkeepers. They want help finding qualified employees, improving their operations, and promoting their business, and particularly when it comes to the internet. And now I'm going to turn it over to Bob. He's going to tell you about the solutions we've assembled to help the county small business operators. Take it away, Bob.
Thank you, Dave. Small businesses told us that they needed help finding qualified employees. So we partnered up with the Motherlode Job Training folks. They've got an office right down the hill behind the hospital. We found that most of the shopkeepers with whom we interviewed didn't even know about Motherlode Job Training or much else in the way of services to help them find qualified employees. As Dave mentioned, Motherlode Job Training offers services for both entry-level and mid-level employees. What that means is at entry-level, the kind of folks who need to learn how to dress when they apply for a job, and they need to learn certain courtesies and how to count change and how to greet a customer, that sort of thing. The mid-level would take us higher into more work experience in serving in a sub-managerial level, writing a resume to apply for a job, and the like. They also provide a job registry for the employers who are seeking qualified candidates. They can post jobs at mljt.org, and it's like a mini monster.org or monster.com, and it just covers the local area here. In fact, one of our officers, Mark Borchin from the Glass Doctor Gold Country, recently started making a connection with Motherlode Job Training, and after a few weeks to get settled down, he's now able to acquire people who have the right kind of skills, and on top of it, there's a little side benefit. There's incentives for employers to hire these folks, and up to a certain dollar level, as much as 50% of the employee's paycheck will be paid by grants and other funds. So it's a huge incentive for the businessman as well, and he knows he's getting somebody who's been actually prepped to hire. We did one last thing that we thought was important to help those job seekers who don't know about Motherlode Job Training. It came from an actual anecdotal story about one of the businesses we visited. He told us about it, lamented about his problem getting the right kind of employees, and he talked about the day somebody came in, shirt untucked, pants hanging down, looking completely inappropriate, and he says, look around the store here. Look at the customers we have. Look at the people who are working here. You don't look like any of them. Well, he sent them away with perhaps a little harsh, hey, get out of here. But we thought, what if we could do something better? What if the people who are participating in our programs had a way to politely refer these kind of applicants back over to Motherlode Job Training? So while it's not a complex process, we've created a flyer that they hand out, tells them the potential employee about the benefits of Motherlode Job Training, and sends them away with a positive instead of a negative. We've encouraged such businesses to tell these applicants, you go through the process and come on back properly prepared. And I can't guarantee a job, but I sure will promise you an interview. So we thought that's a real win-win for everybody involved. Our interviews also revealed that business operators don't even have the time to take online classes. They don't know where to go to get additional education on running their businesses, to learn better business practices. So we're bringing the education to them in small segments. First of all, we partnered with the Delta College Small Business Development Center to bring their classes to Calaveras County starting later this year. They already have professionals who lead workshops in special areas, so we're just going to get it here into this county, and starting next year we'll even get some funding to support that. We're also in the early stages of creating a Calaveras Employer Assistance Program from which subject matter experts will deliver on-site consulting to businesses at no charge. And of great notice, last month we launched our first in a series of workshops where veterans of corporate America facilitate 90 to 120-minute courses on subjects including customer service skills, how to write a business plan, sales and marketing, and more. The customer service workshop we held was facilitated by Dennis Mills, and it is already in demand for on-site delivery to larger businesses and even the county itself. In the area of marketing and advertising, here's what we're finding. If the business isn't on Main Street, the consumers don't know where they are. If the business name doesn't reveal what they do, then the customer may go somewhere else. An example of that is Cinder's Market. Who would know that they have lumber and hardware? Market 49 in Angels Camp. How do you know that that's a restaurant? Consumers, we find anecdotally, yes, they want to shop locally, but if they don't know where to buy something in Calaveras County, they're going to spend their money somewhere else, either online or they're going to cross the county borders. We thought there's a solution to that, and it relates to the changing consumer trends with the Internet. What started off as people using the Internet to shop with Amazon.com from their home PC over 10 years ago has now turned to where people pull their smartphone, and because it knows where they are with the geospatial thing, where they know exactly where they are, they search for something, and if it's found on the Internet, they are. But let me show you what happens when you try to do that for some of our Calaveras businesses. Let's go to Google and search for hiking boots in San Andreas. If I was on a smart device, it would already know where I am. Let's make that boots with one S. So here's the search. Let's try that again. Okay, here's our results. And you don't see any local stores popping up. All the way down, they're not appearing. What if instead there was an alternate place to get your Calaveras goods and services. I'd like to introduce you to shopcalaveras.com, a website that the EDC created specifically for this. This site was designed to work on any device. If you put it on a smartphone, it reconfigures, it reformats. We show featured businesses, which keep changing every time you refresh the page. And when you search for hiking boots here from I don't have to even say San Andreas because I'm a local person in the county using this. It brings up 2 stores that sell hiking boots. The closest one is Murphy's. Now I don't have to go to Big 5 in Jackson on that windy road. In probably a little bit less time I can get to Murphy's, do some shopping there. Here's the full-blown page that we give to every participating business with the EDC's new program. They get a full page describing their business, plenty of text as they wish, 1 photo, and an interactive map. What's neat about the map is that it can actually give you directions. So if we were on a smart device, we'd actually get the full directions, but it zeroes right in, fully interactive. Opened it up in a separate tab so the user did not lose the page. This is the biggest benefit we can bring to small businesses who have no presence on the internet, or if they do. For example, Snack has their own website, but it didn't show up in the search results. We pull this off because of the way we use keywords that are hidden. They don't appear on the screen, but the merchant gives us up to 1,000 keywords, and then when people shop, like they do on Google, not by category, but by keyword, they find what they're looking for. We also have this available now as an app. We have it at the Google Play Store for Android phones, and we're working on it for Apple iOS products. So that's what we've done for our small businesses. What do you think about that?
Pretty good.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So if you were to type in Google hiking boots Calaveras, does the shop Calaveras come up?
It probably won't yet because we don't have that large a presence. We've got less than 24 business members on there in our beta period here. Once we have businesses represented in pretty much every logical retail category and service category, then we intend to use some of our funds to do a very aggressive marketing campaign to educate consumers. You saw the little frogs moving around, different pictures with flowers or wine and all. We're going to print up like the little realtor signs and start planting them all around the county to alert people to go to shopcalaveras.com. But first things first, we need to get some support on that. So that's what we've accomplished with this here. Let me go ahead and take you on to our so-called value proposition. What is the payoff when needs are satisfied? The small businesses needs that we've covered. How do we all benefit when Calaveras businesses are more successful? Well, first of all, county residents get what they need in less time and with less effort. Our struggling businesses get stronger and they retain their employees. When businesses grow, they hire more employees. And what does it mean to the county budget when consumers spend more money here? Well, a business that sells more results in greater sales tax revenue. And at that point, each 1% growth in sales tax for this county brings upwards of $20,000 a year. So imagine what 5 or 10% increase in local sales and local sales tax would bring to the county. Everybody benefits because they're spending more money in Calaveras instead of online or going to Sonora, Jackson, Stockton. With that, I want to turn it over to Dave. No, skipped a slide. I'm sorry. We had this worked out. You're probably wondering right now what you can do to help us be more successful, and the answer is simple. Spread the word. As you visit the small businesses throughout your districts, tell them about the EDC. Tell them about the benefits, the consulting services, shopcalaveras.com. When you meet highly qualified people who might enjoy facilitating workshops or providing consulting services, send them our way. We're a modest group of volunteers. We have limited resources, but our commitment to helping our community's economic future is virtually unlimited. Dave? That's the next slide.
Okay, so we wanted to take this moment too, just to acknowledge we have this group of contributors up here that comes to almost all the meetings and has done a lot of work to help us out. And it's, Marty Crane, Bob Deans, Supervisor Edson, Frank Diskey, Dennis Mills, Vicki Mills, Brian Tewksbury, and Susan Thomas is back there. We want to make sure that they all got acknowledged. This is an all-volunteer organization. It's a team effort, and we'll also take this point to tell everybody that everybody's welcome at our meeting, which is every second Wednesday in the Mark Twain Medical Center at 2 p.m. of the month. We need more volunteers to help us accomplish what we want to. We practice what we preach about being on the internet and being found. These are some of the ways that you can contact us via visit the website. We've got a phone that has an answering service on it 24/7. You can call 844-VIA-GOLD, and we get a text message immediately into our mailbox with the recording on it. Email, we have a Facebook page, and our meetings every second Wednesday at 2 p.m. So we really thank you for taking the time today to listen to the presentation, and we really look forward to working for you in the future and keeping and collaborating more. And any ideas that you've got, that you think we'd be good at executing, please bring them to us, because we're looking for all the help we can get. It's going to take a while to get all this done. And we can't do it without everybody's help. It's not a singular effort. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So there's another person that should be mentioned, that's Sandy Mitrit. So
Right, yes, thank you. Yeah. So the training office get started.
She came and did a SWOT exercise to identify the priorities for economic development in the county. Right at the very beginning, so that was really great.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming today.
Any questions?
I was just going to ask that. Go ahead.
Hi, I know both these gentlemen from the Arnold area are doing a very fine job, but there are some questions that need to be asked. And I'm your friend, just to make sure that we get that established. What does it cost the business to become part of the organization?
That's a great question. I'm sorry I didn't answer it already. Most of the services we've talked about provide at no charge. Just give us a call. Anything that's just a phone call, some consulting. We've even got, we had no charge for our first class of customer service skills. We wanted to see how it worked out, and we're getting great feedback. It does cost us something for the website. We've already invested thousands and thousands of dollars in the design of this and doing it right, making it Google compliant for the new, what they call responsive design. If you don't have that, you won't show up in the search results anymore on Google since April. So, yeah, we've invested a lot. And to answer your question, we charge only $240 a year to have full benefits as a participating business. And if somebody wants to join mid-year, then it's prorated. Just that simple, so it just renews in January. So it's real easy to get started. We want to thank people like Cliff Edson for Country Cliffs, Mark Fortune for the Glass Doctor, the Gold Country, over in Murphy's, Jim from Gold Electric. We've had a lot of people who've, attend the kind of people who are out and about in the community, and they're supporting us. We just need your support now to help us find, connect with other businesses that need us.
Inherent to District 3, my district, and our district, we have a lot of part-time residents, mostly from the Bay Area, some from the Sacramento Valley area. And most of the inquiries from those taxpayers are, where can I get a contractor? Where can I go buy a pair of underwear, a pair of socks? Or where's a good restaurant? Where's information like this? Our residents in District 3 are pretty much set in stone as far as their purchasing power and where they go to buy things. What's the plan, if you have one, I'm sure you do, to reach our part-time residents in those locations who ask those questions when they come up to visit their vacation home or things of that sort?
It's consistent with the rest of our plan. Those folks do use the internet. They do read the pinetree.net. We will be advertising in the electronic and news media, and of course also with the particularly to District 3 and the Arnold area, where we have roughly 25% of the cabins are occupied year-round. Well, those other 75% can learn through their homeowner associations, because this is a benefit to them.
We've also tonight we should acknowledge the Calaveras Enterprise has given us 800 words every 2 weeks, so we'll be using that to get the word out. That'll be 25 times a year that we'll have an article appear in there that'll be about economic development. So we're going to use that forum, as Bob said, the Pine Tree, our own website, our Facebook page, reaching out through all the channels. It, as you know, it just takes time, right, to get the word out there. To become part of the conversation, we have to be part of the community and the conversation. And we're doing this. This is also an effort to get the word out.
Good answers, gentlemen. I actually sit on the board for the Tuolumne County Economic Development Department.
Right.
And I understand you work very close with the folks over there.
Very good.
Great program. I tell you, it's on a kickoff. They've done a lot of hard work developing this. The past has not been real successful, but I think these two gentlemen and the board and volunteers are on the right track. So I think we should really push hard to promote this.
That's what it'll take. Good. And consistency. Thanks. Anything else?
Other questions?
I just have some comments. You know, I want to thank you and commend you for all of the efforts that have gone into this thus far. I know EDC was defunct for several years, and, you know, a core group of people here bringing it together to where it is now. It's been a process, probably a good 3-4 year process to get to where you are now and becoming what I consider your public announcement of EDC. And I was fortunate enough here earlier this year to attend one of the meetings at your invitation with, I don't know if it's Larry Cope and EDC professionals, and really like the focus of, you know, there's so many things with EDC, and people just think, go get the big box and problems will be solved. I really like what you went through, the door-to-door campaign, you might say, in the San Andreas area to really find out what small business owners are needing, and then developing services related to that instead of just throwing that aside and going after the big box. I think it'll be years if ever a big box is here in Calaveras County. It's really supporting our small business in growth and expansion, sustainability, and, you know, perhaps the big box comes down the line. But for now, it's really supporting our local businesses and help them grow because they are here. And how can we add another employee or adding another line of service or anything along those lines? So I really appreciate the efforts. I know it's a lot of time and energy on many volunteers. The brochure looks great. The logo is catching. And I asked you to leave me several hundred of these. So as I'm in my district, I can start delivering this to the businesses in District 4.
We'll get those for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, guys?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not yet.
Thank you, John.
Public comments?
Yes, please.
Public comments?
I have a luxury. I don't have to kiss up to any one of you guys. Okay? Thank you. You answered my question about how long you existed, so I can't blame any of the prior economical screw-up. You identified the donors, and majority of them I have great respect and trust. You told me how bad the economy is. Unemployment is going down, but nobody's bragging about labor participation in this county or this state. You mentioned You were very polite about it. Nobody talked about it. How much it costs to start up a business in this county, folks?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
How much does it cost for somebody to start a professional business in this county?
Actually, it costs a lot of money no matter where you're at.
I don't care. I'm talking about this county. You're responsible for this county. I don't care what Ptolemy or Amador County is charging. What do you do to change it?
I don't think anybody knows exactly. That's a broad question.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, this county, your staff can function very quickly, and I've seen it before you folks got on there. 2 days, the fiber optic company got to go ahead and do it. Remember the fiber optic that came in? It was emergency. A movie company came in. Planning department, 2 days they got it done. So either get them to get off their butt and do it quickly, or get other people in there. Thank you. You're complaining about schools. But I didn't hear how much you're going to cooperate with schools if you can have, and I'm just going to arrange it, go into school and tell kids, hey, you have to know the multiplication table. You know, if you're a smart ass, you're not going to stay in business too long. It's not your fault. It's not their fault. Maybe somebody look at the schools, what products they're putting out. You're going to offend schools. You're not supposed to. But the product our education system put out there is pathetic. Folks, reach out to the veterans. Financially, it's a great asset. Make an effort. The feds will cover a whole, longer they've been unemployed, the bigger chunk of federal money you're going to get. We do have a whole bunch of veterans in this county. And I don't think we either treat them, make an effort to treat them with the full respect and consideration we should give them. So, I mean, Health and Human Services, they don't realize we have 6,000 or 7,000 veterans in this county. Even, well, I don't want to go into that direction.
Please let me use the last part of your 5 minutes to respond, please.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you whatever is left, it's yours.
Okay. First of all, veterans, Motherlode Job Training has special services to assist veterans. And as far as our schools, yes, we all know what it's like to go to a convenience store and they can't figure out the change. But we have some of the best schools around. The Bret Harte School District was ranked 5th out of 375 districts in California by a third-party organization that looks at not only SAT scores and what percent go to college and dropout rates, but they also look at the cost of living to be in that school district. So we are very fortunate to have so many good things going for us in Calaveras. And while I totally respect your position that there's things that need to be improved, at the same time, we think we have more success by focusing on the things that are working and making them even better. So thank you very much for your comments.
All right, any other public comments? Don't be shy, you just got to get up and forge forward.
Come on, Dick.
Well, I'm online, I'll be asleep.
Marty Crane. Since we brought up our schools, and thank you for highlighting the things happening at Bret Harte. Calaveras Unified has been working for a couple years now, and we're expanding it as well, the Civic Engagement Program. Cliff knows all about this as well. And so we're very excited about helping our students become more engaged in their community and then learning more of the soft skills that are necessary when they go out into the business world. So I'm very excited. I think everybody, please do like Debbie said, take a handful of those. Get the word out there. Building the economy is a very thoughtful process, and it requires all of us to interact. So thank you.
Vicki Mills. I just wanted to add one thing. The EDC is working with Chamber of Commerce and Calaveras County Women's Network to put on a symposium out at the fairgrounds with classes and various booths, September 28th, and it's really a great thing. I've been involved with the ones that the Women's Network in Tuolumne County did when I was working over there, and I am really glad to see it happening in this county. This is a first, and hopefully first of many. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, board members, I'd just like to say one real quick thing. Could you use a Calaveras frog? Could you use a Calaveras frog, please? Thank you.
It's an import, right?
That's right. Well, that's all. Thanks a lot for having us here today. Thanks.
All right. Hey, I just wanted to... All right. So we got some good things happening. We just need participation and people coming forward and get involved, get engaged. All right, so we have number 11 on our regular agenda. Planning staff recommends the Board of Supervisors signs a resolution approving Planning Commission action to grant the General Plan Amendment 2014-030 based upon the findings included here therein.
Mr. Chair, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I think it'd be important that we open up all three of the next items, 11, 12, and 13. They're all related to the same project. Three different actions associated with the same application.
So 11 through 14 are all?
11, 12, and 13.
11, 12, and 13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 11, 12, and 13.
All right.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
Okay. So with that, we have the Planning Commission recommendation to approve a general plan amendment from industrial to commercial for a portion of this property in Valley Springs, and two appeals. One appeal of the denial of the zone change application for the same property from C2 to CP, special office commercial, and the denial of administrative use permit for a medical marijuana dispensary. So I'll speak closer to the microphone, sorry. Brief history, a business license was issued for a dispensary without us knowing that it actually was a dispensary. There was some discussion about that, but it's really sort of moved to the point, or not really germane to the issues before us today, is that we have a zone change administrative use permit application. An enforcement action was undertaken after it was discovered that it was operating without the appropriate permits. And about a year and a half ago, there was an appeal before you for another zone change. It was my first week here on the job, and I met with the applicant and his representative and suggested there might be another alternative because the proposal that was before the board at that time would not have solved the problem that he was facing as far as appropriate zoning for an administrative use permit for a dispensary. The recommendation was, or suggestion was, that a portion of the property be rezoned to accommodate the dispensary. Dispensaries are only allowed in Calaveras County in the CP professional office zone. And as we worked through the process, we discovered that, there's also an issue with some, with the general plan. It doesn't correlate exactly with the zoning. That was a fix that was we made at the same time, because it's the property on which the existing dispensary is located on is zone commercial, but shows a general plan land use designation of industrial. So that was the one item that the Planning Commission recommended approval of to clean up that discrepancy with the land use map. When we first suggested this plan of action to address the concern of the appropriate zoning, it seemed like a reasonable suggestion at the time. Of course, there's no guarantee. It's a legislative act. It's ultimately up to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to approve any kind of zone change, but it seemed reasonable at the time. What we have subsequently discovered, we've had a number of applications, similar applications for rezoning of a portion of a piece of property to professional office to accommodate either an existing or proposed dispensary. It appeared to us, our interpretation of the code when the board adopted it in 2005, I believe, maybe it was 2010, I don't remember the exact year it was adopted, was that the intent of the board was to limit the numbers of dispensaries we had in the county by limiting their locations to only only the professional office zone. It's one of the most limited zones in the county, and it appeared to us that the intent of the board at that time in adopting that ordinance was they didn't want to see a proliferation of dispensaries throughout the county, and so they limited their location to the CP zone. We've since had half a dozen at least applications, some of which are in process, some of which have been withdrawn for other reasons for that. And our recommendation to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's action on the zoning, was based on the belief that it was the intent of the board that we did not want to see a large number of dispensaries. And to just rezone property for the sole purpose of putting in a dispensary seemed to fly in the face of good planning and the use of zoning as a tool to direct uses to certain locations. It raises the issue of spot zoning and split zoning, which is something that the county has discouraged in the past, although it's certainly not illegal or prohibited. There's just a question of whether or not zoning a piece of property for a specific use without looking at all the other uses that might or might not be allowed in that location doesn't always make sense. That being said, this location is probably not a bad location for a dispensary. There are no other incompatible uses nearby, and so we have mixed feelings about the recommendation for denial of that, other than what we believe to be the intent of the board, and I think that's really what's before you today, is whether or not this is an appropriate zone, appropriate location for a professional office zone, with the understanding that the purpose of the zoning is not to put in medical offices or banks and things like that, but it's to locate a medical marijuana dispensary. Because the zoning was denied, the Planning Commission had no choice but to also deny the administrative use permit because it requires a CP zone for that. Should the board reverse the Planning Commission's determination and approve the zoning, we'd recommend that you refer it back to staff to come up with appropriate findings and to work up the conditions of approval for the administrative use permit. So we go into a little bit of detail. The map, this is located at 10 Nove Way in Valley Springs. It's part of a small commercial complex. There's a number of other businesses located in the complex. It is again zone C2 currently, with the corner of the property, the end of the building and the property that underlies that proposed to be rezoned plain commercial. Property surrounding it is both commercial and industrial. There's access off of Highway 26 to Nove Way, and the plaza takes direct access off of Nove Way. I think that's really the gist of the concerns that we have, is the spot zoning and the proliferation of other zones. This essentially sets a precedent that it's okay to rezone property for a specific use. Part of the question then would be, is that appropriate for this location, and how does that then affect the other potential
applications that we have in process right now, expect to have submitted to us in the future, and, the whole issue of dispensaries in the county. Do you have any questions?
Questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I'd like to go to the public and get their comments on questions, okay?
Is there a presentation by the appellant? This is an appeal.
We follow that. Okay, so is there a presentation by the appellant? Aye.
I'm Guy Myers. I'm a managing member of Novi Plaza LLC, the property owner that Forgotten Knowledge leases from and has been in there since 2010. Also at the time in 2010, I was also one of the directors and actually formed Forgotten Knowledge Collective. I was a little confused about a few things. So if anybody can set me straight on that. I thought that I wasn't at the Planning Commission meeting. I thought we had a compromise. I was somewhat surprised when the Planning Commission, before that meeting, had kind of changed directions. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that. I was out of town. I didn't read their recommendation until about 3 or 4 days. I went in to talked to Peter, and it was kind of short notice, and he didn't have the opportunity to chat with me. My experience has been, though, in matters that pretty much the Planning Commission goes along with staff recommendation. I was represented, did hire counsel to be represented, and pointed out our views. The Planning Commission decided to go with, as Peter said today. In watching the Planning Commission meeting, several things occurred to me. One, it seemed like their main issue was this whole deal of split zoning. Would that be correct, Peter, do you think? Or one of their major issues?
That was concerned, yes.
Okay. So I had brought a couple documentations here. I had them on the board, but I can hold them up. If you don't want to see them up there, I can have somebody from the audience help me. What would work better?
Sir Platten, go ahead.
What exactly do they?
These are all documents that have been produced by Calaveras County. These are all Calaveras County.
They're enlargements of those documents.
Yeah, so everybody has the opportunity to see them. Between the Planning Commission hearing, I met with Peter. He was nice enough to meet with me a couple times. I met with Peter on a couple of occasions. Peter, obviously, being new here, doesn't have the history, and even so far as not to know who Dennis Downham was, which was a main factor in how this collective got started and the way it got started. For anybody in the audience that doesn't know, in 2010, Dennis Downham was the highest law enforcement officer in the county, the sheriff. Okay. So anyway, I had brought it to Peter's attention that I thought his staff's opinion of where the zoning went to as far as M2 versus C2 was possibly erroneous. Okay. Through the years in owning this property for about 34 years, assessor maps are changed, et cetera, We didn't have the technology then, okay, that we have today relative to the electronic maps and everything. And we used to kind of joke about it a little bit because the way the zoning was kept track of was with colored crayons, not crayons, pencils, okay. So I always kind of would like to, every couple of years, go in and make sure that the colored pencil didn't get didn't get moved, okay? Because it was usually the new guys that were copying the old maps, and sometimes the maps would be different proportion. But the thought when the business license was applied for Forgotten Knowledge Collective, which a collective is a different animal than a dispensary, okay? For the collective, okay, the planning department stamped that. And there's two little initials up here. That's not the initial of the person that stamped it. That was the zoning at the time. On that was C2 and M2. Okay, so we could search my records. The county could search their records, but the property was zoned in two pieces. At the time was one pieces. It had two zoning, so it already had split zoning. So I don't quite understand. We could go back and forth, share our records through the years for the last 35 years, and look up all the zoning amendments and things, and say, well, I think it's here and I think it's there. The fact of the matter was, it was there. It was actually 90 feet into the shopping center building was still M2. Okay. In the agreement that we worked out with Peter and County Council, and we discussed where to put that line, we decided not to split a particular unit, but to put it right on the wall, which I think was 100 feet instead of the 90 feet. But, I just wanted to make everybody aware that it was, sure, sir.
Mr. Mauer, is that information correct so far?
Yeah, the zoning previously, the parcel did have split zoning based on some, old mapping issues. I'm not sure how it got that way, but that's accurate. There was split zoning.
Thank you.
Now, let me diverge a little bit. I have some notes, and mainly I wrote notes for myself. Not that I need a teleprompter, but I don't want this to go on for tens and hundreds of hours to give the whole history of all of these things. In 2009, I was visiting my mother, and I'm going to give you a picture of her because she's wearing a shirt, and my mother was very involved in issues.
Thanks. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Did you present those at the underlying hearing?
At which?
Was that evidence in the underlying hearing?
That's no evidence in anything. I'm just trying to tie in my reason for believing in the cause of the people that feel they should have the freedom of choice to use marijuana for their medical needs.
I just want to make the chair aware that under these proceedings, technically issues that were not raised at the Planning Commission should not be considered.
If you would like me to take those pictures back of my mother, I'd be happy to do that.
I'd just like to clarify, just to give the board some direction directly from the code, under 1798-070B, which is the procedures for an appeal from the Planning Commission to the board. I'm going to read the full text of that code so the board understands what its options are. No issue which was not addressed during the hearing upon which the appeal is based shall be part of the appeal hearing. All relevant and known facts must be presented to Planning Department staff and the Planning Commission. In the event that new information is presented on appeal, the Board of Supervisors shall have discretion to remand the project to the Planning Commission for consideration of new facts or issues. So to the extent that the board does choose to exercise its discretion about whether or not to accept information that is relevant and was not presented to the Planning Commission, if it is substantial new information, the board should at that point send it back to the Planning Commission for more consideration. The board has discretion to determine the weight and the relevance of the information being presented or whether it wants to consider it if it hasn't been presented below.
In English, that means that if there's new information here, you can't make a decision based on it. You have to send it back. to the planning commission, if it's a new information that's substantial and relevant.
I got a question. Then on the planning commission, the use of medical marijuana was not addressed. The benefits of it, cons of it.
It was not raised by the applicant's representative, as Mr. Meyer said. He was not there. There was some discussion from the public on pros and cons of medical marijuana.
Right. So
it was not part of the Planning Commission's action, part of their findings.
But it was part of the hearing because the public raised it.
The public did raise it.
Yeah.
I'll let Mr. Foley take over from that.
You know, this is an interesting issue because if you read your staff report, there's new information that's in the staff report that was not before the Planning Commission. And we responded to that by giving you a handout last night, which I hope you got, the declaration of Guy Myers. We delivered to the...
Oh, yeah, we did get that last night.
I got it. All right. Well, we put that in there because the staff report contained new information that wasn't in the report to the Planning Commission. And that was the information about the additional writings on the business license application. And that's what we presented in our handout with Mr. Meyer's declaration, which I have the original of for the clerk to the board. And so if we're going to start drawing lines in the sand, I think you're going to have to go back and rewrite the staff report, which contains new material. Otherwise, we're not going to get due process because you're not going to let us respond to something new that was put in the report for the board.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, Jared, you know, to discuss the benefits of medical marijuana seems to be relevant to, you know, it was brought up in the Planning Commission. So for Guy to talk about, kind of give background on where everything was, seems to be a fairly reasonable thing to do. I mean, it seems simpler instead of just letting him talk about his mom for a few minutes. We're now in the weeds right now and spending a lot more time and energy on instead of letting him talk. I mean, that would be my opinion would be just to let him continue, let Guy continue on his path and as he was.
Can I call for a point of order, Mr. Chair, and ask that we take like a 2 or 3 minute break so that we can look at this document because it's fairly lengthy and we're being asked if new information is presented, and frankly, I don't know whether it is or not. This was amnesty.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet because I know we received it last night, but we didn't get it till this morning.
I just did the best we could to have it dropped off at your office. I realized that could happen. Historically, things would get dropped off the day before board hearings all the time, so I apologize for that late delivery. But there is new stuff in the staff report that we felt had to be responded to, which is in Mr. Meyer's declaration. The original, which, if I could, I'd like to give to the clerk to the board. And that would be...
That'll be fine.
Is that all right?
I'm going to ask you if we should continue this for later on during the day, give you some time to look over this stuff.
Or you can take a recess right now.
No, we don't have enough time to do it. I don't want to stop our meeting.
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
So that's, in light of all this new material, I would like to move this to later on during our agenda. So it gives our county council to inform us on what's new and what isn't, to tell you the truth, and also our planning department, because I don't think any of us were at that planning meeting. So we are only, we only get what comes to us through the planning department as a presentation and through county council. I'm sure that you didn't see this, have you, Peter?
I did receive it yesterday. I didn't have a chance to read it.
Yeah. So I think that's probably the most fair way to do it, so that we can all be on the same page when we start discussing this. Right now, it's a little bit far-reaching for us to say that that we're all on the same page. Okay, so I would like to.
What time would you think? Because it looked like you had a pretty heavy.
Better if you set a time.
So how about we set it for 1 o'clock? That should give us enough time.
Do you think another lunch for your staff can get on?
We will do our best, Peter. Yeah, so
Oh, you fantastic.
we'll do our best. So 1 o'clock, we'll continue this one, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
2:30.
Somebody else.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you think, Ken?
What's that?
I want a copy of it, too.
Oh, I have a few extra comments. I'll be happy to give the ones I have out. Please.
All right. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 14. Oh, you guys didn't have to go anywhere. So planning recommended board of supervisors here you go, disestablish agriculture preserve number 49 and approve application 2015 establishing agriculture preserve number 337 for the Lawrence and Francis Cooks, and approve application 2015-022 establishing agriculture preserve number 338 for Betty. Well, you got some good names here. Cusianti, and is that right, Cusianti? All right, good. And Carol Urbani?
Yes.
All right. I can decipher words. That's good. Go ahead, Dee.
I think I can simplify this, so let's talk Ag Preserve. We're actually going to discuss items 14 through 18 all at once because they are directly related, although we do have to take technically separate action. But it really all is one big package. So originally, we're talking about two separate Ag Preserves. Family's name is Santos. The first Ag Preserve is originally Ag Preserve number 62, if you will. 247.54 acres established back in February of 1971. Adjacent to that, but separated by a non-Ag Preserve parcel, is original Ag Preserve contract number 49. 304 acres, 304.71 acres, also established in 1971. Breaking it down, we've got two separate Ag Preserves. The land within the Ag Preserves or within the original trust is now being distributed to the trustees of the trust. So we have original Ag Preserve contract number 62, which is basically being divided in half, if you will, two new proposed Ag Preserves for the trustees. On the other side, Ag Preserve number 49, same situation, being divided up amongst the members of the trust, the trustees, if you will. And that also will be divided up into two new Ag Preserves. With the establishment of the new Ag Preserves, you will be basically disestablishing the original contracts number 49 and 62. Over on the side of original contract number 49, we have a few additional entitlements, if you will, that we need to address, in addition to the disestablishment and the new establishment of the Ag Preserves. In order to get where they are today in terms of boundaries, they had to do a lot line adjustment. And a portion of the Ag Preserve land is being merged with a portion of non-Ag Preserve land. As a result of the lot line adjustment, you, the board, must make 7 findings to approve the lot line adjustment because the land is within the Ag Preserve. That's included in your packet, a separate resolution. Because we're merging land that is not in the Ag Preserve, we must rezone that portion of land. That's approximately 80 acres. It's being proposed to go from unclassified to AP for the purpose of the Williamson Act. That is also ordinance that is in your packet. So in relation to the original Ag Preserve 49, we've got a disestablishment of the original contract 49, establishment of two new contracts, which would be 337 and 338. We have a resolution to approve or make findings for the lot line adjustment and an ordinance to approve the zoning that goes along with the Williamson Act, or AKA Ag Preserve. On the other side, we're similar situation, disestablishment of original contract 62, breaking it up into two separate contracts amongst the trustees, and that will be the establishment of Ag Preserve number 339 and Ag Preserve number 336. All of which meets the minimum requirements for an Ag Preserve. They're demonstrating that the land has the ability to meet the minimum $2,000 annual income from the production. They're meeting all the minimum requirements for acreage in the Ag Preserve. The past history on the property for the two original Ag Preserves demonstrates that they have well exceeded the annual income requirements for the production. It's in cattle production now. It's going to stay in cattle production. The only difference is we must distribute the land in title to the trustees of the trust.
Okay.
Very good.
I actually understood that.
Good. Because the packet, I'm sure, is a little confusing. I promise the next one will be better.
Go round and round with it, you know. Good. All right. So, anything else?
No, not unless you have questions.
Any questions from the public or comments? Okay. Board?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay. All in, motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. I did. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's 5-0. That was on.
Thank you.
14.
That was on 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
We have to take separate action on each one?
Yes, you should.
That was 14.
Okay, that was 14?
Yeah. So that was recommended the Board of Supervisors disestablish the Agricultural Preserve number 49 and approve application 2015-022 establishing Agricultural Preserve number 338 for Betty Cucciani, right? Cucciani. And Carol Urbani. Okay. So number 15, planning recommended the Board of Supervisors disestablish Agricultural Preserve number 49 and approve application 2015-015 establishing Agricultural Preserve number 337 for Lawrence and Francis Fuchs and approve application 2015-22 establishing Agricultural Preserve number 338 for Betty Cucciani and Carol Urbani. Have a motion on that, please. Oh, wait. Before we do that, any public comments on this one?
Can I have a quick question?
Yeah, it's public comment time.
The principals that are involved in this, they all for it, I got the impression. Nobody's fighting it. The landowners.
You haven't seen anybody come up and...
No, they made the application to the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it, one thing. Another question is, by classification, they will get a tax break. Right?
Correct.
The property is going to be rezoned, so they will get tax break.
They're currently receiving the benefits of an Ag Preserve or Williamson Act, and they will continue to with approval of the new establishment of the contract.
Okay. My next question about the Williams Act. Is the state still giving you money for the Williamson Act, or is it going to come out of general fund? Thank you.
We are not receiving subvention money from the state for the Williamson Act at this time.
What about my second question? Is it coming out of general fund?
It just reduces the amount of property tax paid on the property.
Awesome. Thank you.
But not just the general fund. the overall tax base. So it's not just the general fund. It's everything received. And then there's the benefit of producing agricultural products, and the hope that that can increase, which is a very good benefit. All right. So, any other public comments? Comments from the board? No. Somebody want to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moves forward 5-0. And 16, to disestablish the boundary of Agricultural Preserve number 62 and simultaneously establish 2 agricultural preserves, number 336 and 339. Any public comments on this? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that's 5-0. All right, so we have number 17. Approve 2015-014 zoning amendment from unclassified to agriculture preserve for Lawrence and Francis Fuchs. Any public comments? Board?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's 5-0. Moving forward. Number 18. LLA.
Lot line adjustment.
All right.
Sorry.
You planning people. A lot line adjustment 15-01 for Fuchs, Fuciani, Bani, Ag Reserves 337-38. Any public comments on that? Any board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's 5-0. Good job, guys. I was trying to hurry up so you wouldn't be bored so long. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Should all the planning department do this so easy, right?
Well, we just delayed one that they're going to come back to. So, all right, number 19. Thank you, guys. Number 19, approve amendment number 5 to the professional service agreement between Calaveras County and Gamby Disposal Incorporated for the operation of the county's solid waste transfer station system, providing more modifications to the scope of work and annual compensation for the remaining life of the agreement, December 31st, 2019. Mr. Crowitz.
Thank you, Jeff Crowitz, Public Works Director. This is, again, we're hoping the last amendment to the contract with Gamby for the operation of the county's transfer stations, as well as some additional contract hauling that we occasionally need for moving materials. Slight increase to the scope of work having to do with weed abatement and control at the transfer stations. And it also predicts some cost of living increases for the next 4 years. And that's basically the gist of the amendment. Any questions on this?
Questions from the board here on this?
No.
Okay. We have public comments or questions, please.
I'm just expressing my personal feeling, and the people you're doing business with as far as solid waste, I got no complaint against them. It's great people. What I have a problem with is that there's more than one solid waste organization in this county. I don't know if the volume make any difference because you got one agency down the street that handling their solid waste. You got Public Works handling solid waste. There's difference in cost and so on. Whoever's doing it cheaper, more efficiently, you got administration costs on each one of them. And I'm not questioning if they worked it or not. But you got more than one solid waste organization in this county. Now, as far as I'm concerned, what I can see, I met the gentleman who's doing the solid waste for the county. I trust him. I think I respect him. And I have great faith in him. And I'm sure this gentleman from your Public Works will have the same feeling for him. But you got more organization, more administration costs, and your constituents paying, okay, for whatever area you're in. If you recall, remember that somebody won't hear you. Murphy's had a problem with solid waste, and they want a general fund to help them. Maybe they need it, maybe they're not. But after talking with the Public Works after a couple of months, he told me, well, we're going to charge them the same as we've been charging everybody else. Is there a different rate you're getting solid waste? You know, that's a little murky over there. So I'm not against this. Support him. But please, there's too many people hauling some manure around here. It's not just Public Works. But who's ever paying is your constituents. So please look into it. Between CCWD and you guys, it's still property tax or whatever your constituents paying for it. Hopefully you can do some of the streamlining. I don't care about turf or but need something to look at. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah. Okay, any other public comments? All right. I'll let, Steve Kearney, Supervisor Kearney is on the solid waste task force. Probably knows more about this than I do, I'm pretty sure. So I'm sure, see if he has any comments on this.
Yeah, I do, and I can address a lot of what Peter's asking as well as some other thoughts, but Public Works Director Krovitz is at the podium, so if he wants to speak first, well, then let me go on. I will tell you, if you would have asked me last year at this time what I know about this issue, I probably would have felt, people pick garbage up and they throw it away and that's it. And it is so much more. It is so much more complicated than that. And we really, in this county, neglected addressing it for a long time. What have I learned in the last 7 months? It's been a blitz. A lot of times, like on my day off last Friday, I begged a tour from Cal Waste Dave Vaccarezza and went up to see the landfill at Truckee and one in Sacramento. And they are doing so much more than we are doing that it's almost unbelievable. When you go to Truckee, you can take a load of yard waste and dump it, and then you go to the next aisle and they load up garden bark, which is the same quality you get at Home Depot, and it's even colored if you want it that way, or they can get mined soil that they've gotten out of junk that was dropped at the landfill, or you can get a load of logs and take it home and chop it up for your firewood at another landfill where they take a lot of construction waste. You can get a dump load of gypsum to amend your soil if you are a farmer. So there are so many things that are light years ahead of where we are, and right now we're trying to catch up. We also have, what I've learned about the industry is kind of an unusual situation when we have three major players, and they all seem to get along and respect each other. And even though it might sound like it would be good to combine them, they're doing very different things without me starting to talk about it for an hour, and Jeff is probably more of an expert on a lot of it than I am anyway. They're doing stuff that the one's doing something the other one's not. And then there are also a few minor players that are involved in the county too. One thing that, I applaud this fact that we're recognizing what AMBI does in the county, but I'm concerned that it's a 5-year contract. I really believe we need to empower Jeff to talk with them and look at longer contracts. And that's not the first time he's heard this from me, because I've been preaching this at him, where we have some flexibility in it, and he has the flexibility to work with him on it. And I support his ability to do that. We're asking a lot of these partners. I've gotten to know a good bit about what they do. Gamby, to run our transfer stations, they pay for the equipment at the transfer stations. We don't. In my business, I have a little bit of experience with a compactor, and just to get a used one in those days was $25,000. Not to speak of the fact to have somebody come and fix it was astronomical if something broke down. They own compactors at our facilities that are probably anywhere from 25 to 50 grand for them to run. They also have 5 trucks that it takes to run those transfer stations. And I asked them recently, they have to replace one of them. One truck is $180,000. So for us to look at our partners, in my opinion, we have to also be willing to extend our hand and say, hey, can you stick with us for a little while we figure some of our problems out? If I look at this, I vote yes for this without even hesitating. My concern is 5 years enough? Well, maybe, but at least I want to make sure that we've got a public works director that my confidence grows in him regularly, and he's got the confidence, he has the confidence to know that, at least from the solid works standpoint, I back him up on working with these vendors to find appropriate contracts that works for them, doesn't bankrupt them in helping us, but also helps us go forward with the things we need to do. And what we need to do in this area is mighty. If you heard his presentation at the last meeting, and then at the Solid Waste Task Force, he gave a condensed version of it. I guess that's what asked me to get a tour of a couple landfills. I was so motivated by it, because we do need to do things. Fortunately, he's on it, and the Solid Waste Task Force is doing its best to support him.
May I ask one more question?
Right.
Yeah, nothing to do with the bridge down south. The one they just got collapsed. Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
Allegany Taxpayer Association. I sent an email suggesting considering contracting out the entire operation. And I mentioned several firms, and also commented that most jurisdictions now do contract out for efficiency. It's a savings to the taxpayer, and also it's more efficient. And I didn't get a response, and I think the planning director the director of public works in other communities that do contract out have a way of doing that that's not complicated. Although it would be a sea change of what we've been doing over the years, it's certainly worth looking at.
I can tell you how that's not off the table at the Solid Waste Task Force. Things of that nature have been discussed. Really, even to get to that state, an agreement like this has to be supported, in my mind, because we've got to keep our partners healthy in the process till we get to that where we're at. And Jeff knows more of the technical aspects of it, and I applaud him for getting this to us. There's a lot more work than these pages show in it, is my suspicion, and I've already told him that I support him when he does this, and I'm going to continue to do that.
So we are contracted out for a lot of it. That's what this is. And we have 3 contractors that we use currently, right, or more. And I think that with the solid waste task force, I know that Steve is engaged with it. I know Jeff. Well, I know he's engaged with it because I walked into his office the other day and he was like taxed. So I appreciate the extra effort there. I'm just trying to figure out how you got a day off on Friday.
If you call a touring landscape a day off, maybe I should have brought you with me. Debbie?
I just, a couple of things. You know, here lately we've had our issues with the Red Hill and Avery and perhaps other sites in regards to yard waste because of the drought and the requirements to clear our land and this sort of thing. So it looks like this contract makes some adjustments to allow for perhaps the expansion or the better production of yard waste at particular Red Hill and Avery, and then offers some additional compensation as they're in these particular areas. Is that correct?
Not entirely.
Okay.
This basically is this contract deals with the recycling component that offer and the solid waste component that's coming into the landfills. And the transport of those materials either to Red Hill or to Valley Springs Recycling. And it also deals with cost of living adjustments that haven't occurred in the past and also moving into the future. In terms of Red Hill, just for an update on that, I am anticipating during final budget to be bringing you information of capital to improve the processing of that of the green waste occurring at the Red Hill facility, give us a little better methodology of treating it, and also to let you know in the immediate occurrence, I've established a purchase agreement with the China Camp Cogen facility for the purchase of our green waste. So that got signed today.
It's kind of off the subject, though, so
Mr. Chairman, just one quick note. I don't want to beat this one to death. I viewed the videos of the last board meeting and saw our Public Works Director presentation, and to be quite honest, it scared me. I didn't know we were in that type of position in our bio waste and our solid waste. It was a very good presentation. I learned a lot, and now I am dedicated to get more involved in it. I do know for a fact in my district when we had a crisis come up, the Pine Needle crisis, when things happened very quickly, like within hours, we had comments, we had representation from Gamby, from Cal Waste, our partners in this type of business, that stepped up to the plate, offered solutions, not only with their mouth, but with their checkbooks. So I think maintaining good partnerships for crises in our county is very important. We can partner with these folks. I think we've got the best people in the right positions to make this thing happen. So thank you.
Okay.
But, and I want to point out as we get back to number 19 directly too, that the amendments that have led to this fifth amendment, basically these amendments were asking more of Gamby as a partner. I mean, if you read them, we're asking them to do something additional each time. And that's kind of what led us to this point too. It's not that, that they've necessarily come to us and said, do this or do that. A lot of it's what we're asking a partner to do, and that's how we have come to this stage.
Okay. And as far as partnerships go, I know that, I've met with Gamby a couple of times. We have a real issue with separating the recyclable materials and green waste from our landfill. And I know Gamby actually put on some extra training, extra hires, things to stand out at their at the transfer station to try to get people to think about recycling and recycling properly and things like that. So they do things. They respond to what we ask them to do in almost every instance that I've ever heard. So I don't have an issue with this Any other questions? Comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second the motion.
All right, so I have a motion to approve amendment number 5 to professional service agreement between Calaveras County and Gamby Disposal for the operation of the county solid waste transfer station system, providing modifications to the scope of work and annual compensation for the remaining of the agreement December 31st, 2019. And the second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Number 20, Public Works. Conduct a public hearing and approve a resolution to adopt the attached Calaveras Transit Americans with Disabilities Act Paratransit Compliance Plan. So I open public hearing. Okay.
Deborah Mullen from Public Works, Calaveras Transit. This item is to approve an ADA paratransit compliance plan. That is a requirement for public entities providing transportation and utilizing federal funds to do so. The components of this plan do not represent any new policy or any new way of doing business with Calaveras Transit. We always have provided paratransit services in as far as deviating 3/4 of a mile off our fixed route for eligible ADA passengers. What this does is it puts all our policy and procedures together in one document for ease of distribution, and so the federal agencies can look at that. And one of the things they want to be certain of is that in carrying out this policy that we do not do things like have requirements about what a person's destination is. If they're eligible for the ADA paratransit, they can be going any place. They can use it as often as they like. We don't have a waiting list, and in carrying this out, our operator, paratransit services, the dispatcher, and the drivers, they make really good effort of working with people that have a need for this service. And all our transit vehicles always have ADA lifts and have wheelchair positions in them.
Okay.
So that's generally what it is, and we're going to be bringing this policy back annually for an update or confirmation of it.
All righty. Any public comments? Public comments? Board comments?
Move to approve.
Second. So, what's that? Now. All right, so there's rules for everything. So I have to close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to the board for vote. Okay.
I move to approve.
Okay, so we have Supervisor Kearney moving to approve.
Supervisor Oliveira will second.
Supervisor Oliveira second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. All right.
And on another note, I was thinking about taking the bus down here this morning.
Yeah. Give it a week.
Are you going to be able to provide a fire?
I've already made arrangements for one of the
Study
motorized cars.
session. How
Race
long
shop
do
right
we
now
need?
being in the race shop right now being beefed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Planes, picked up winding on the motor.
All right. In the interest of time, and I know that we have to come back and meet at 1 o'clock with the issue that we moved to 1 o'clock, and then Public Works has a Public Works facility study session. We may not have time to be able to do that and get updated on all the things we need to for our later discussion with the with the planning agenda item. So I think we'll go break for lunch, come back at 1 o'clock, and then after that, Jeff will do your presentation, if that's all right. Okay? Susan, are we on? All right. Okay, so we're going to reconvene, please. And Public Works presented their case already, and we're going to just bring it up to where we left off, and that'd be Guy up there presenting his case. So
I really don't think I'm presenting a case. I'm just giving the background and seeing where we're going from here.
All right. So just let me remind you of something, please.
Sure.
That this is on an appeal from the
okay.
Right. You made the appeal.
Yes, on behalf of Novi Plaza, that is correct.
Okay. So that's to the Planning Commission's decision, correct?
Decisions, yes.
All right. So that's where we're at. Thank you.
Okay. So you preface all this meaning.
I just wanted to make it clear so everybody could understand that. Okay.
So there seems to be resistance to me showing county documents here. Is that fine now? Can I show these documents?
Yep.
Okay.
Do whatever you like.
Okay. Do you want me to take the picture of my mother back?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I'll start there. What I was trying to do is give some background information, very briefly, okay, about my feelings and the freedom of choice about medical marijuana. My father had cancer. He went through all the conventional therapies. When those weren't working, he got a doctor. My mother found him a doctor in Berkeley, California, John Richardson. John Richardson treated people with intravenous vitamin C Laetrile. Won't go into the whole history, but you can read an excellent book if you want to know all about Laetrile. I think the guy's name that wrote it was G. Edward Griffin. He also wrote that book that's a lot more popular years later, The Monster from Jekyll Hyde. It's kind of a documentary type guy. Creature, okay, you know the book. Okay, G. Edward Griffin. He wrote an excellent book in the 70s, World Without Cancer. Everybody should read it. Everybody should eat apricot pits. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not telling you to do that, but because I could be arrested and thrown in jail for practicing that medicine. Hey, it's not really funny. That's actually what happened to my dad's doctor. After he was raided by the feds a couple times, then my dad could no longer get that treatment there. We loaded him up in an ambulance, took him to the airport, flew him down to San Diego, and he took an ambulance from there to this hospital down below Mexico. And he was treated with intravenous Laetrile. Okay, why I gave you that article there, it shows my mother campaigning, a newspaper article, her campaigning her little shirt on. Okay, my mother was always very politically active. So that's the background of where I came from. And actually, it was my mother's idea to open a medical marijuana collective. She was in a assisted care home up in Vallecito, and I was talking to her one day, and one of the other people that had a room there, somebody was bringing them some edibles, and it seemed to be helping them, and said, why don't you look into it? Anyway, make a long story short, I looked into it. I went over to kind of the epicenter of medical marijuana, which is Oakland, California. I hired a couple of attorneys, kind of top of the attorneys. I hired the gentleman to counsel me, Robert Raich. Robert Raich fought a case all the way for his wife, Angel H., who had brain cancer, fought one all the way to the Supreme Court. He lost that case. It was when Ford was Gonzalez, the Attorney General Gonzalez. He lost that case, but he had a lot of knowledge in that. So looked into it very carefully. Okay, I started looking at the ordinances, Calaveras County, and 1791 or whatever it is, kind of buried down there in the bottom. So I finally found that, and the zoning to open a dispensary is pretty clear. It needs to be commercial, professional. Most of the commercial professional is right around the hospital up here. So we went out and I formed a corporation called Calaveras Health Collective, Inc. I had several conversations with Downham, and he always referred to collective. But he told me it wasn't really up to him until it went before the planning, and then that's when he got involved in it. So when I went and started processing or attempting to process an administrative use permit on CP property, the planning department's opinion at that time, well, it's very much like that we should be doing a conditional use permit. So therefore, we need a copy of the lease, we need an indemnity agreement from Mark Twain Board, and we need some other things, because we think it's more like a conditional use permit. My own personal opinion, I think it's quite clear in the ordinances that there's an administrative permit process and a conditional use process. But whatever. So that was early 2010. So the hospital didn't really want to deny it. They wanted to seem open-minded. So they kind of pestered Downham to give him a letter. And he came back and pointed out and said, hey, I really don't care what the county says. Dispensaries aren't legal. Only collectives are legal. And downloaded a bunch of stuff off the internet about all the problems they had in the inner cities with dispensaries. So, that being the case, the hospital said, no, we don't want you there. So, that was towards the end of March. Downham's letter, I'd be happy to share with you. This is a letter. It was March 18, 2010. This was a letter back to the hospital. The meeting was thereafter. Now, what's the importance of this date is that on April 2nd through April 7th, I was up here getting departments to sign on. So I think it's a little disingenuous when folks at the department said, we didn't know anything about it. We didn't know what a collective was. The name, okay. On this one, the name was clearly spelled out on the stuff given to the county. So, as collective, and I was applying for a administrative use permit there at the hospital. This is not, I'm sure you have this, I, in a hurry, only found a copy that I had a lot of notes on. So I just chopped it down. And the importance of this is showing that planning, okay, on this date, and in fact later, okay, because this is not the only correspondence on this matter. I was working on attempting to apply for administrative use permit at this time to plan. So like I said, I think it's a little disingenuous when folks come forward and say, we didn't know anything. We didn't understand. Sure.
But, Mr. Meyer, I have a problem with this. It appears that that's been photocopied and
it's
condensed.
Well, there was 2 pages. Okay. The page that I had that I found readily, and I think I have an original copy. I had a bunch of notes on it.
Oh, okay.
Disagreeing or summing my thoughts on what the body of the letter.
Yeah, but you have those originals with you?
Yeah. No, I don't have them with you. Okay. The importance that I was trying to signify is not what was in the body of the letter itself, which was basically their opinion that it should be conditional use versus, what administrative use and stuff like that. Which really wasn't, at the end of the day, really wasn't the argument.
So that's not a photocopy of the original set.
It is a photocopy.
It's an edited copy of the
Yes,
original.
this is cut out because it's an edit.
Okay.
But I didn't, once it got through the process.
Sorry, who's that?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm on the tape. So yes, this here I condensed. I took out of an original. I took the signature page off, and I reduced it. The reason I did that is the one that I came up with quickly to appear here today. I had put lots of little notes on it. So, but I do somewhere in my files have the original thing. County should have it in their files also. They probably don't have it right here with them today because it's not executed. What the point that this is hopefully driving home is I've heard these rumors and statements that, we didn't know about this. We didn't know what a collective was. Both of the words are used in this. This was the organization we were applying to, Calaveras Health Collective, Inc. At the time, we were going down the path of a dispensary in CP. Hospital didn't want it there. Nobody wanted it there. But what came out of that is this letter from Sheriff Down. That matched some later conversations. His belief, the chief law enforcement officer at the time, his belief was it didn't matter about Calaveras County dispensary ordinance. Dispensaries were illegal in 2010. He further states, though, that collectives are legal. So, okay, the hospital didn't want it there. I've got some vacant property that's zone C2. I go look up all the ordinances, zoning. There's no zoning ordinance against a collective in C2. So I come up here, maybe 10 days after the last correspondence or the last effort of anything that everybody over here, at the county was aware of what I was doing over at the hospital and should have been, at least the sheriff's department, was aware of this letter. So this supposedly disconnect, well, nobody really knew what Guy was doing. Nobody knew it was a medical marijuana. He didn't say it. It was this, that, or the other. And, since I picked up the package and the planning department recommendation on Wednesday, I've been waking up at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock every morning. I wake up just shaking my head like this. I said, what picture is trying to be presented? It's not factual. Let's get back to the facts, okay? This wasn't a surprise to anybody. So we got this statement and everything being said, Guy said this, Guy said that. Well, Guy filled out one thing that somebody has doctored. Somebody at the county. And that is what this rumor, this untrue information is being based on. I don't know if it's somebody in this room. I don't know if it's somebody over there. Maybe Peter knows, okay? Peter, do you know which department is claiming that those were stuff I put on that thing? Do you know whose writing that is?
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Oh, yeah. This copy here is the original copy that planning signed on. Do you concur with that?
Is this, if I'm being cross-examined here, or are you addressing the board? I'm not sure what the purpose of this discussion is.
I'm at a loss.
So normally, Guy, what we do is you get a chance to bring forth your argument with your appeal.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry I'm getting off track. But, it's hard for me to...
And if you have questions, they'll write them down. And at the end of your presentation, then hopefully they'll be able to answer your questions.
Okay. Rather than ask them as I go along.
Yeah, it gets confusing that way.
Okay, not a problem. Well, maybe I just should try to read them off my notes, because taking the time to rewrite them is going to take too much of everybody's time. Okay. Not asking staff, but do I need to pick up the other ones? And maybe I should. It seemed like at the Planning Commission hearing, and I watched it on tape, it seemed like, and I didn't get a copy of the full packet that the planning commissioners have, but it seems like somebody was pulling out one business license and seemed to be unaware that 4 business licenses for consecutive years were issued. Now, the importance of that is that in the package that was given to you today is the language that some unfamiliar person agreed to the business license. It was presented to 4 people: building, planning, tax collector, and the assessor's office, I believe, is the other one that signs off. So I don't know which of those 4 was the unfamiliar person, but if we're trying to lead people to believe that the unfamiliar person did it 4 years in a row, it's like I say, it's disingenuous. I don't think that's the facts. So, and maybe that's not the right word. I think it's the right word. Okay. So hopefully I pointed out that forgotten knowledge has been legal from day one. It is legal today. Okay. Now, as you're all aware, and I don't know what day that the board in 2013 decided to litigate with forgotten knowledge, but I assume you did. I assume in a closed session that there was a vote. Okay? I don't know if you did, like the business license say, that you formally revoked or rescinded the business license like it says on the license. I'm not aware if you did or you didn't. Okay? I'm not aware, but I assume there was a vote to litigate. I'm not aware if the response from forgotten knowledge was communicated to you from the letter of noncompliance. I'm not aware of what went on behind closed doors. But I am aware of the fact that I got sued, my partner got sued, the gal at Forgotten Knowledge got sued, my dead mother got sued, our corporation got sued. Okay? And I was spending money to defend myself. I had another application that was for some M4 zoning that was already in the process. People didn't want that. Okay? I came up here. I tried to ask for a continuance. I was ill. I tried to point out the fact I already had plans, already had stamp plans. The response from, was it Andy? Andrew, what was his name? That was here for about 6 months. He gave the thing. No, we never seen that. You know, part of the process of getting a building permit is the county planning department. I think in 2005, when I presented those, I believe that part of that was planning would have to sign off. But whatever, that got shot down. So I met with my representative on several times saying, hey, let's try to get something worked out. It's a waste of my tax dollars paying the county to sue me. It's a waste of my cash to spend my money defending myself. How can we work this out? I was coming to appeal. Peter came out and said, I think we got a way to work this all out. Drop your appeal today. I think that was around March of 14. Let's go outside. I think we got it worked out. Okay, great. What do you got worked out? Gina figured out the number. Give us $9,700, and we'll do this, we'll do that, and then we'll get this resolved. And I said, hey, what about Novi Plaza? Novi Plaza needs to benefit something. Novi Plaza's got this set of plans. They paid up $20,000 or $25,000. That's on for commercial. This piece is being called industrial. Can we get this in, and then everybody wins here? Yeah, we'll see if we can do that. Now, sometime in the process, and it was a long, extended period of time before it ever got to the Planning Commission. But at a certain point, I got an email from Gina. Well, Caltrans doesn't like it. I think my email back to you was something like, Caltrans doesn't like anything. But the bottom line was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gina, but I think the bottom line with the planning department was, hey, we can't give a non-compliant, what's the term when you don't object? Negative, not a negative deck, but is a negative deck? I'll come back to the word. It'll remind me that it didn't need any environmental work. That's the term I'm searching for. But now that Caltrans wrote this letter, we can't give that negative deck because you need to go out to satisfy Caltrans to get a traffic study. I said, I'm not going to spend $20,000 or $30,000 on an engineer to draw some little arrows where trucks, on the assumption that property going from M4 to C2 is going to be more traffic when I already put in a heck of an encroachment, spent $250,000 widening Highway 26, and now I've got 1/2 acre that I want to change from industrial to C2. Now, prior to that, I went to a meeting where the recycling place is going in, and they got gripes from Caltrans because that's what Caltrans does with every project. They gripe about everything. They got their negative deck. I don't think they were requested to do a traffic study. Anyway, I said, whatever, take that off. Wasn't the deal for, Novi Plaza loses on that one, but, this has been dragging on long enough. Let's get it on. To the Planning Commission. I was surprised when I got the recommendation from the Planning Department to the Planning Commission. I was not only surprised because it was 180 degrees from what was agreed upon, but 6 weeks earlier than that, I read an article in the Enterprise, about the whole medical marijuana issue. And there was quotes from County Counsel's office saying, hey, these things are resolved. We've only got one issue going with one place. So I thought this was all a done deal. Today, I scratched my head and said, why was I so stupid to come up with another $9,700? Except I trusted what was being told to me. I was trying to work to resolve a problem that I thought needed to get resolved. But let me repeat one more time, because the lies and the rumors have been going along a long time. Number one, forgotten knowledge as a collective under the guidelines of the sheriff at that time is not illegal. We can debate that till the cows come in. We cut a compromise, we cut an agreement. We can either honor it or not honor it. The decision is up to you. But I'm scratching my head and saying, why are county staff lying about me? What is this resentment? And this thing about Caltrans, I started thinking about, you want to talk about bookstores? Yeah, I was trying to get a bank in Valley Springs at 6 California Street 35 years ago and Caltrans didn't like it. And I had to threaten to open a bookstore there to get the attention of the county and say, why, in order to bring a bank into town, do I have to widen half of the 5-lane section for a 200-square-foot building? That was a fight. Somebody around here, I don't know if they resent that. I don't know if they resent the fact that Terry Bailey didn't win. I don't know if they resent the fact that the DA wasn't able to put me in prison for her alleged charges. There seems to be a resentment going, and to commit fraud and alter documents to try to make me, that's horrendous. That is horrendous. So anyway, we can all move on with our lives. You have an item before you today. I think it should end here today. Yeah, I really do. I think it's to everybody's benefits. It's especially to the benefits of the taxpayers of Calaveras County. So I'd appreciate your consideration. that we all move forward and we don't make this a bigger fight than it needs to be. Okay, thank you. So, my questions? Is this appropriate time or no?
You still got the floor.
Oh, okay. So, do we know who signed the document in question?
Just ask the questions, all of them at once. They'll write them down, and then when it's their turn to...
I don't want to waste anybody's time. I got about 4 different pages of questions. Some of them may not be significant right now, so I don't want to be redundant, and I don't want to stand up here and take any more time. Can I reserve some of my time to come back? Is that permissible?
Yes. Yeah, you'll have more time.
Okay, that'd be the most expedient for all of us, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byers.
I got one. No, that's okay. Can't do it.
All right, so we can move on here. I'll ask for any presentations by members of the public.
House Gallup Taxpayer Association. The Taxpayer Association doesn't get involved in drug issues and things like that. We're mostly concerned about how efficiently and effectively the government is operating. Also, is there harm being done to property owners and property rights? Those are real issues for us. And it looks like that's going on here. I read the brief from the attorney for the applicant, and it seems like there was a misunderstanding as to what type of business he had. Apparently, a collective is not the same thing as a dispensary, and where a collective is apparently legal. Apparently, he had a business license for a collective. Sometime after that, words were added to the license that suggested it was bookstores or antiques, something like that. That didn't come from the applicant according to his sworn deposition. He also has a copy of the application that he submitted, which didn't show these other words on there. So when it came, then things got confusing, apparently. It appeared that if his application was calling it antiques and books or something, and then he was actually running a medical marijuana collective, then there was apparent fraud there and deceit. He was deceiving the county because he was calling it books and such. Well, this is what they claim in his deposition. Okay, I have a hard time believing that county staff would deliberately do this to discredit the applicant. I have a hard time believing it. I think what probably happened was, since after the word collective, there was a dash. It didn't say medical marijuana or anything else. They just added that in there because whoever wrote it thought that that's what it was. Maybe there was some conversation going on regarding books and antiques or something. I don't know. But one thing for sure is apparently he had a legal permit for what he's doing there. The issues of zoning change and this is highly technical, and the net effect of that is causing the applicant to spend an awful lot of money to try to satisfy government. And so, if this is all true, then he needs to have his application approved as quickly as possible, without any further expenditure of money, in our opinion. Thank you.
Bill McManus, the Calaveras Project. Just a couple observations from the comments that were made. I think it's insulting that dispersion should be cast on the planning department for the things that they've done. Having been through the process at the planning commission and so forth and so on, a lot of information was given. People worked very hard on it. But there seems to be this implied accusation that somehow the planning department changed something or didn't understand something or whatever the case may be. I would direct your attention to the second page of the documents that I gave you, and what you will find is a copy of the Articles of Incorporation of Forgotten Knowledge Collective, Inc. It was endorsed and filed April 21st, 2010, at the Secretary of State's office, State of California, and her seal is affixed at the bottom. If you would drop down, just to show you where the deception may lie, if you look at item 2B, and I have to read this into the record, and I'll try to get through it without cracking up, but that's why you have a copy of it. The specific purpose of this corporation is to assist those afflicted by drug dependencies. Now, I don't know how that dovetails with a marijuana dispensary.
Maybe you never spend the guy that have an overdose. Yeah. Maybe then you realize this. Don't spit on my son's grave party. Don't.
Mr. Chairman?
Are we in order?
We are now.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know what he said. Was he talking to me?
Yes. Just continue.
Oh, okay. Well. In any case, if you taking the Articles of Incorporation, I think the deception's been on the part of the applicant or the appellate that goes back a long ways. On the first page of the packet that I gave you, I don't know if I've given this to you before, but it's a checklist of some of the things that the ordinance 2830 calls out for the operation of a marijuana dispensary. I would be interested in knowing how many of those conditions have ever been met, if any of them, and at what point the planning director, who's in charge of enforcing this ordinance, has been able to verify any of those conditions having been met. So I would say that everything has been up front. Planning department's done their job. Planning commission did their job. There didn't seem to be too much confusion in their minds when they voted unanimously to deny both of the applications. So I think that if that's something that they studied and worked on, I think we can rely on their work, and I've never found them to be anything but honest and cooperative. So I would urge you to support your planning department and to support your planning commission and deny the portion of it that changes the zoning to CP, and also deny the appeal for the administrative use permit. Thank you.
I want to make something clear. When a person stands up at this podium, that's their time. Nobody else. Nobody else's. All right. That's what we have time for. If you want to get up and speak at the podium, you can do that. You don't interrupt anybody else. That's okay. That's why we have time limits for public comments and people coming up to speak. So everybody's going to have a different opinion once in a while. We have to respect each other's thoughts. We all think differently. So if you get up here and speak, nobody's going to interrupt you either. Okay? Thank you. Yes. So we can continue.
Hello.
Here I just have some letters from the members of Forgotten Knowledge Collective. I thought it might be useful in letting you guys know how important Forgotten Knowledge Collective is to some members in the community. Is it okay if I give them to you?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you have them state their name?
It's just copies of each of them.
You can leave them here and we'll pass it.
Oh, and this is a petition that people signed in support of Forgotten Knowledge and having the rezoning granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool down.
Okay, is there any other public input, comments? Sir, you're giving your presentation. That's whatever you like.
Hello, my name is James Lynch, and I'd like to thank you first for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I just want to speak on the fact that Forgotten Knowledge Collective, which I'm a member of, allows me to get my medication just like any other pharmacy in the area. They give me prompt, courteous service. I see no difference. I am forced due to several major illnesses and surgeries to take over 1,100 pills a month. And it is imperative that I keep these down. And it's very difficult to do so without the medication that they provide. And I'm not here to sling any mud on anyone or talk bad about anybody. I'm just here to say that I appreciate what they're doing, and that if you could see your way clear to make that continue for me, it would be of great benefit to my life and my future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Arthur Ramirez. I live off of Valley in the Springs off Silver Rapids. I've used the Forgotten Knowledge for about a year. They're very nice there. They're very kind. They're very helpful. I wish you could find a solution to this other than denying, because then you're saying, we don't want that here. We're going to make you drive outside the county. You know, you're talking about businesses, bringing businesses into the area. This is a business. It provides a service to people in the area. You're asking all those people to go someplace else. So I'd really appreciate it if you consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public input, comments?
Members of the board, my name is Cynthia Bulmer, and I'm a retired probation officer. I was born in pain, and I have a lot of things going on that were like inherited, like Barrett's esophagus and things like that. At one point, I weighed over 200 pounds taking all the medications that the doctors wanted me on. I finally told my doctor, please, no more. Can I go get medical marijuana? And I've done a lot of research on this over the years. I would say Colorado's so far ahead of us that I wish I could live there. In that year's time now, I have lost 65 pounds. I'm down to just a few pills, which the question was getting people off, being off of drugs. Those drugs that they give you are addicting. Norco, Xanax, all that stuff is drug addicting, and you can die from them. You can get liver cancer, you can get kidney cancer, end up on dialysis. Medical marijuana, my doctor said I could get edibles because of the Barrett's esophagus. So I get a little thing and I slice it up, and at nighttime for bed, I just eat 2 pieces and I sleep better than I've ever slept in my life. Which the next day, because I slept real good for those 6 hours, I'm actually not in pain. And it like gives your body a chance to heal while you're sleeping good. If this thing is denied, I will have no choice other than to go back on all the pills that I don't want to be on. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. What? Okay. I'd like to take a 5-minute break, please. Yeah. As soon as we're back off the break, then, okay, if you don't mind. Zoning issue. That's what it is. Zoning issue. And as you know, you're allowed to get up and speak whatever you want. That's the beautiful thing about America, right? And it's very emotional for a lot of us, because we've all been touched in one way or another by many of the things that you're going to bring up. We all have that. But this is simply an ordinance, and it's a zoning issue. That's what this appeal is about, in this appeal hearing. So I'm not trying to discourage you from speaking about whatever you want to speak about. That's, your right to do that. And that's why I came down on everybody so hard earlier, because I want everybody to have that right. But I just want to remind everybody what it's really about here. It's not about chasing anything out of the county or anybody out. It's about a zoning issue. Okay, so please, next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie McGrew. I am a homeowner from Copper. And while, unfortunately, I cannot address the zoning issues, I neither have the knowledge or training to do that. I would like to address 2 points. One, I would like to reiterate the economic impact that the ruling might have. I personally, I have had rheumatoid arthritis for almost half a century, and the trips I make have to be combined, as most people, I'm sure, with low incomes try to make as much of a trip out of the house as possible. When I come to Forgotten Knowledge, I do my shopping locally. I spend my money in the county. I try to keep everything I do local. Unfortunately, if I am forced to leave the county for my medication, I will probably also need to do most of my shopping where I am doing that. I know this does not address the zoning, but I did want to let you guys know how much of an impact it could have with people having to take their medication business elsewhere. I do also appreciate that Forgotten Knowledge makes available a form of medical treatment that is non-hallucinogenic, which allows me to treat the severe pain that rheumatoid arthritis makes without having the side effects of having to go on very hard narcochemicals, which I am desperately trying to avoid, having been on it for so long. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me speak. I just want to let you know that trying to keep it local if the ordinances can allow. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Don't be shy. It's a good time.
Afraid now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm shy, I'm afraid. I'm curious with Jenny Lynn. Einstein was a coke addict. Then they discovered how bad it was. I don't know how long it took him to straighten him out. Einstein was a coke addict. And Coca-Cola, take a look back there. We have some distinguished, outstanding public figures. Kennedys, they made their money on prohibition. Plus they introduced waterboarding, but it's a different story. Unfortunately, regardless if you like it or not, there's a good chance that you're going to have farming in a federal land. How many of those crops go up in a forest? How much control you have over that? Unfortunately, reality, I smoked pot before. I don't have the nerve to try pot now because I was afraid of it. Doctors give him the prescription. Go after if the doctor for $25 give you a prescription, let's make it legal for them to have it. Go after those doctors who sell those prescriptions. There's a lot of people who could use this medication. Either you're going to have some kind of oversight and control. I would love to have one of the sheriff deputies come in here, what kind of problems they have, eradicate the problems. Nobody wants a bunch of high school kids smoking a joint next door. It's happening now anyway. You're not going to do anything about it. The law enforcement is not going to throw those kids in jail. Your DA is not going to throw them in jail. The adults without medical prescription, they're going to smoke. I don't envy your job because I perfectly understand some folks totally against it. The only thing you can hope for, because the Fed's not going to help you. Tribal land, they're not going to enforce anything. Totally out of control, and you know it. You're going to earn your keep, folks. Come up with a reasonable, ethical, realistic control of the situation. You're not going to please everybody. You're not going to make everybody happy. So, I definitely not going to tell you what to do. It's your own conscience and reality, what's going on, and how the best way to do the best for most people. Nobody wants to live in a county that's a bunch of addicts going around. But a lot of the people do take it as medical purposes. They got the doctor's approval. Either going to do it here, they're going to do it behind a building. Take a look at the lessons. What? Arizona? I think it's Arizona that's legal. Arizona, Colorado, which one of those states? One of them have it all legal and so on. They want to control it for the income. You're stuck between the state, the feds, and your local constituents. What's realistic? Sometimes it's not very pleasant. But it is here, and the best you can do is try to make it so it's the most civilized and compassionate situation you're putting yourself. And unfortunately, you have to deal with it. Just like you have to deal with alcoholics, cocaine addicts. Is the law enforcement going to help you? Or are you just creating more problems? I don't envy your job. Matter of fact, you got my sympathy. It's crap. But that's what you want at this job. What is it going to cost one way or one? And if you go, hey, you're going to go to litigation. Who's going to end up paying for the litigation? Your constituents. They're going to pay for it. So, you get my sympathy, folks. You try to please a whole bunch of people. I wish I had the answer. I usually have all the answers, but this time, good luck, folks.
Okay. Any other public comments? All right, so Guy?
I'll give my time to Mr. Bowman.
Okay.
I think I just want to talk about zoning a little bit. This property started off split zone, C2, M2. They want to take it C2, CP. What's the big deal? I thought I was here this morning and the EDC said that the chances of getting businesses to come into this county from out of the county aren't worth chasing. What we have to do is we have to work with the businesses we already have in this county and build them up and help them grow. Forgotten Knowledge is one of those businesses. They employ people. They've been there for 5 years now. And as Mr. Maurer pointed out, you know, it's not a bad place for it. And he would know. He's the head of planning. Last year, when this application was developed as a resolution to a situation, who was the input? We had input from the planning director, the person who you would hope was really in the know about what's right. We had the input of a supervisor whose district it was, who must have had a feel that this was right at the time. And we're not even a year down the road. And what happened? Well, maybe anything that got sent to the Planning Commission having to do with marijuana would always be voted down. I don't know that much about it. At least that's kind of what it seemed like when I was at the commission hearing. But this change in zoning is relatively insignificant. I mean, you had split zoning up in Arnold, if you consider CPPD to be a split zone, which was approved by this board, I think, within the last year, 6 months.
By this board.
A previous board. Okay. In any event, the county approved that split zoning. And hopefully there's some value to precedence. But it's just that I remember from years ago, in the general plan, there are this concept of overriding considerations. And back in the 80s, the overriding consideration that was always drummed up was jobs. We need more jobs up here. We need businesses. And Forgotten Knowledge is a business. It's been here for 5 years. It employs people, and the change in zoning is really not significant. And I would certainly hope and defer to the people that put this potential resolution together that it is in the best interest of the county to get rid of whatever the problem is. So thank you very much.
Back to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of issues have been raised, and again, it boils down to the Planning Commission's action was to deny the zoning because of their finding that they felt that it was inappropriate for the split and spot zoning of this site. We've had a lot of discussion about the history of it. It's really not germane to the question of whether or not the zoning should be approved. If you have questions about any of those issues relating to the history of the permit, I'm happy to answer those, but I don't really think it's necessary to go into it at this point in time, since the question before you is whether or not to approve the zone change, and then if so, whether to approve a administrative use permit. It is important that the definition of a dispensary, as we've defined it in our code, is addressed. It's 1791-020. I won't read the whole definition, but a medical cannabis dispensary means any facility or location where medical cannabis is made available to and or distributed by one or two or more of the following, and they go into a long list of different types of individuals and caregivers that can distribute marijuana. Clearly, Forgotten Knowledge, whether you call it a collective or dispensary, falls under our definition of a dispensary in the code. Whether or not the sheriff has a different definition of collective for criminal purposes is not relevant to the zoning code. We define it as any distribution of medical cannabis.
Peter, can I just ask quickly, when did we adopt that?
2005. We did meet with the applicant and convinced him to withdraw his former appeal a year and a half ago. At the time, it seemed like a reasonable solution, but as staff, we can't make an agreement that binds the board to a certain kind of action. So this is a legislative act that is within your purview, not within mine, to make that agreement. It's maybe unfortunate that we felt necessary to change our recommendation after initially suggesting to him that would be an appropriate course of action. The issue again is whether or not the board's intent in adopting the ordinance in 2005 was to limit the locations of dispensaries throughout the county by limiting them to the CP zone, and if just rezoning parcels to CP to accommodate a dispensary would frustrate that intent. The Planning Commission found that it was inappropriate to locate it here, and that's what's being appealed at this point in time. If, however, you find that there are unique circumstances associated with this site that makes it appropriate for the split zoning and the spot zoning of commercial office in this location, I would want to correct one thing on that point. We do not have split zoning today. The land use designation, the site has two different land use designations, so maybe it's split planning, but it is all zone C2 today. So there's no split zoning at this point in time. The purpose of the general plan amendment, which we are still recommending approval of, is to correct that discrepancy. But if you decide that it is appropriate to approve the zone change, then we would recommend that you declare that intent, send it back to staff to come up with appropriate findings and conditions on the administrative use permit, and we would bring it back to you at a subsequent hearing for final action. So I don't have anything else to say unless you have any questions.
Mr. Maurer?
Yes.
This indicates, actually it kind of mirrors the situation we had with the little trees. Is that a collective or a dispensary up in Arden?
Well, it's a dispensary.
It is a dispensary.
As far as our zoning ordinance is concerned, it is defined as a dispensary.
And in
we
that
don't differentiate between
there was
collective.
a zoning change.
There was a zone change for the entire parcel.
For the entire office building parcel?
The whole lot, yes.
How did that affect the other businesses? Should a new business come in there, do they have to abide by the CP zoning regulations?
Yes, they would.
So it actually took away the C2 capabilities. And that anybody that leaves that building and a new business comes in, they have to be CPs or request spot zoning?
They would need to conform to the CP restrictions, which are essentially professional offices. The retail uses and other types of
do you know what kind of businesses are in that complex right now?
I do not know myself at this point.
I understand there's an electric company in there, there's a fireplace, a spa place. There's a variety of different commercial style businesses.
So those
but they're still under the CP zoning requirement.
They would be considered legal non-conforming uses. So that if they're a retail business, they were established while the property was zoned C2. They can continue to operate until such time as they choose to leave that location, and then any replacement business, new business, would need to meet the CP requirements.
That would kind of handcuff our capabilities to bring in new business of variety types into the county, wouldn't it?
It could, yes. It certainly would constrain it.
What's the definition of collective?
We don't have one in our code.
There isn't?
Not in the zoning ordinance. There are differences as far as criminal law is concerned, and the initiative that was passed by the state of California voters several years ago, it was Prop 218, I believe, was a defense against criminal prosecution, not a legalization of medical marijuana. So it provides a proactive defense against criminal prosecution for using and distributing marijuana for medical purposes. There are some unique differences, or so I've been told. I do not know exactly what it is. I'm sort of treading out on sort of the edge of my knowledge here. But there are some differences from a criminal law perspective between a collective and a dispensary, I understand. But as far as the zoning is concerned, any distribution is considered a dispensary for our purposes.
Does a business license, and I couldn't see when he was holding the examples up, does it have on it the zoning of the property that it's issued on?
We have indicated where the planning department signs off that the zoning is C2.
What would the owner lose without me trying to memorize it all if it went from its current zoning to CP?
Basically, any type of retail use and restaurant, part of the service uses.
But he's already got those there, so if it was changed to CP, those would not be able to exist any longer, or?
They would be allowed to continue operation until, for whatever reason, that business decided to move or close.
And we don't spot zone or split zone anywhere else in the county?
So we have lots of places that have split zoning. A lot of places where you have a larger lot that maybe has highway frontage, the front part of the lot maybe you zone commercial, the back part residential. There are other areas, some of the historic communities where there are split zoning. It's been the practice of the county. My understanding is that we're trying to reduce that, but there's nothing illegal about it. It's just not something that we've practiced here in the past, or promoted in the past, maybe a better term.
But a spot zone would be something in a parcel like this, where you take one little spot and change that. Right?
Typical spot zone is where you have a use that's surrounded by some other use. Maybe you put an industrial use right in the middle of residential. That'd be the classic spot zoning, where you have incompatible uses surrounded by something else, and you just plop that in there. That would be sort of a classic example of spot zoning. Split zoning is where you have a portion of the property zone one and the rest of it zone something else.
So I can't really tell on the I don't know if it's called a general exhibit that's part of this. Is the little strip shopping center, however you want to refer to it, that this is in, is that the entire part of the lot, or are there parcels that aren't built on yet?
The lot is fully developed. The building runs across essentially the back of the parcel, and it extends into that area that's designated industrial as well. So a portion of the building as well as a portion of the parking lot is the line that separates the industrial from the commercial land use designation. Also would be proposed for the split. I'm not sure. I don't think it's the exact same line, but there's a line that says from this point on it would be professional office. The rest of it would be C2.
All right. So a lot of this, with the zoning, kind of the idea behind the zoning is to determine, the original intent of zoning in the first place, is so you don't have nuisance problems. You have industry, polluting factories right next to residents. That's could be very damaging to health and safety. And so with this, that's kind of how I take a look at it. And part of the question that arises in my head is, have there been a lot of complaints with this collective or this dispensary over the last 5 years? And do you have any knowledge of that, or any way to get information on that?
I'm not aware of many complaints. There may have been. I mean, there's something obviously that generated the enforcement action. I believe we've had one recent complaint, but not a lot of complaints. No.
And then I look at, and it's we're in a difficult time right now because we're in a transition time where marijuana will be becoming legal, and so most likely it's headed in that direction. And so soon marijuana is going to be in a different category and that's what's generating this whole issue. It is a zoning issue, but the underlying cause of the zoning issue is the marijuana issue and other personality issues possibly. But I mean, if you look at like comparing this use to other commercial uses throughout Valley Springs, it seems like it's pretty compatible in this specific location with everything else around it. I mean, there is no elementary school right there. I mean, looks like just your typical shopping center, and this is a, place where they sell marijuana, and it seems like a perfectly reasonable spot to have this type of commercial activity. And if it was like out in, the top of a ridge line somewhere, where you had lots of traffic where you wouldn't usually have that traffic, you had lots of lights, you had lots of other types of activity that would be incompatible use with the surrounding area, then I would have a lot bigger issue with it. But this is Valley Springs, this is a strip center. I mean, this is what they do. People drive in, they shop, they go, they come, they go, they come. You're selling alcohol just down the road. I mean, alcohol is worse than marijuana. It's a much worse drug than marijuana. And yet we're selling it, all over the place. And so I think that, to me, I don't really have an issue with this zone change. I think maybe there's underlying problems that aren't really within the purview of this board that's why it's here in the first place. But I really have, I just think it's a compatible use, and it's specific to this location too. It's not that we're saying all commercial zoning should be, have dispensaries in it. But, on a case-by-case basis, you look at this place, this is about as good a place you can find for a dispensary. So that's my take.
Sometimes clapping's okay.
No booing.
Yeah, no booing. So Peter, can you tell me the difference between this and what is different from the Calaveras Medical Collective and Forgotten Knowledge?
The main difference is that application, which has been appealed before you in a few weeks, will be as proposed to rezone a portion of the building only, as opposed to a portion of the land. There also is a question about the proximity to a youth-oriented facility.
Yes. So I got a question now that, so I look at this not as to me it's a business, and to me it's about zoning. Right? The marijuana issue aside, because really that kind of makes it hard for me to decide what is legal and what isn't legal. And so, if Forgotten Knowledge is in a C2 zone previous to the CP zone, wouldn't it be considered a non-conforming use until it's gone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So you said that the businesses up in Little Trees?
Arnold, yeah.
Yeah, in that area there. Those businesses can stay there because they switched it to CP, right? The whole complex.
They opted to rezone the entire parcel to CP.
Right.
Yes.
So they opted to rezone it to CP. The businesses that are in there now are many of them. If they left and wanted to come back, they couldn't come back because it's CP.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
But they can stay there in a non-conforming use as long as they're there. Once they leave, then you can't bring another business in like that.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So, is this any different?
Well, in this case, they're proposing to just zone the end of the building and that part of the land on which it's located, including part of the parking lot. There are, I believe, two businesses in that location. One is the dispensary, and the other would be a use. I believe it's an insurance company which would fit the CP zone use.
So the CP zone still is that insurance company would stay there, even because it's gonna if it was all C2, right? If it was all C2 and stayed just like it is, that insurance company could stay there.
Insurance company could stay there whether it's CP or C2. And I think maybe what you're getting at is what would happen if we rezone the entire parcel CP. No, okay. So the two businesses that are in, the two portions of the building that are in the proposed CP zone would be restricted to CP uses. The other business is already a CP use, the insurance company. So
the insurance company is also C2.
It's also permitted.
So if the whole complex was C2, the only one that would be a nonconformance would be the collective or forgotten knowledge.
Well, it only would be legal nonconforming if it were established legally, in conformance with the zoning, and then the zoning changed to make it nonconforming. This is sort of the difference between, if we change the zoning to make it nonconforming, then it's legal nonconforming use. If the business went in without being consistent, it's not nonconforming. I mean, it's nonconforming, but it's considered an illegal use. So it would not be able to continue operating without correcting the problem, because the use came about after the zoning was in place, as opposed to the zoning being placed on the property after the use was established.
Mr. Mauer, I think to correct something that might have been stated here, the zoning request on the parcel of the business in Arnold was made by the building owner, if I understand the request of that zoning. Is that true?
Yes.
So the businesses themselves that were existing really had no say or any input in that zoning request?
I don't know what kind of coordination he did with his tenants.
Was it required by those businesses to be contacted for their input?
No. It's the property owner's responsibility, property owner's right to make application.
So if we had a successful business in a complex or a building or something that's existing now, and this situation became a prevalent where we have a CP designation to that building, would that hurt the value of that business when it comes time to resell? Now and in the future?
Well, the business, no, because the business could continue to operate, whether it's sold.
Well, let's say I want to sell my insurance agency. I don't have one. But I want to sell it, and then all of a sudden we find out that, oh no, you can't put another insurance agency in this building complex. It's not zoned correctly. It's zoned CP. It says C2.
Well, if the insurance
agency factor in that type of commerce?
Well, that's not quite accurate. If the insurance agency were to be sold, the new owner of that business could continue to operate that business in that same location.
Even with CP designation?
With CP, the insurance business is allowed in CP. Let's say it was a restaurant.
Okay,
Let's
change the business.
Restaurant was allowed was operating, and the zoning was changed to CP. A restaurant could continue to operate at that location as long as the restaurant was in operation. So you could sell it, the person after that could sell it. Once it closed down and moved away, and I believe there was a 1-year time frame in which the non-conforming use has to, if it's been discontinued for a year, then that use goes away. There's no right to bring it back. So then it would have to be an insurance office or a medical office or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you tell me what year the CP zone was adopted for the can you tell me what year the board decided that CP was going to be the zoning for the dispensaries?
2005.
2005.
Yes.
Okay.
How hard is it or is it even possible, to change a lot and split the lot and take it through a common wall?
It would require a parcel map. The difficulty with splitting a parcel that already has a building on it is there are building code requirements for zero lot line buildings that have to have airspace. It would take fairly significant cost, I don't know how much, to retrograde or retrofit that building to meet zero lot line essentially condominium type of standards, or more like townhouse, commercial townhouse type of standards. There's 4-hour firewall, parapet walls, all kinds of things that need to be put in there, create a fire safe.
Practically impossible.
It can be done, it'd be expensive.
Very good.
Any other questions?
I do have one issue I need cleared up. I'm a little confused about the application for the original business and the statement made on that application versus the submission of an application minus that statement. What is that statement, and can you give me some time, dates, and history on what could have happened? Was that a notation made by a member of planning or someone else?
I don't know who wrote that note on the tax collector, treasurer tax collector's business license application form. The one that we have, that we got from the treasurer tax collector, does not have that statement on it. Now, my understanding from discussion with the planner that signed off for our department was that she was unaware that it was a medical marijuana dispensary, that there was some conversation going on, whether it was directly or not, about collections, books and antiques and the like. She made the assumption that that's what it was when she approved it. She told me that had she known it was a medical marijuana dispensary, she would not have signed off on the business license. She couldn't. It wasn't permitted in the zone. She was not aware. It was not offered to her, and she did not ask whether or not it was medical marijuana collected or dispensary.
No, I've got personal experience with the county of Calaveras in obtaining business licenses. And I can tell you that they ask you what kind of business you're going to have there. So I'm pretty confused about this happening and why it happened and why there's wonders about it. It seems to clear up some information. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah.
Cliff, I have a comment. So a couple comments I'd like to make. So I see, this issue before me is to look at the zoning and make sure it's appropriate zoning for what the use is going to be. I support the use of medical marijuana. Coming onto this board, we heard a lot of information about the county and where we were and in this issue of medical marijuana and dispensaries and grows and indoor grows and outdoor grows. And, we know at the state level there's a big movement to, move medical marijuana, recreational use marijuana forward, et cetera, et cetera. But looking at what we have today, I support the 2005 ordinance. There was a reason for that at the time, and I continue to support that as we know today with the information we have. I'd like to see, this worked out to where a dispensary would be legal to operate in this particular area. But I'm not the building owner, so that's something that they have to work out. But I do feel the 2005 ordinance that was approved and that we have supported throughout the process until something else triggers a change for us to take a look at that ordinance. For me, that's where I'm coming from in supporting that 2005 ordinance and seeing that things are where they belong in the proper zoning and that sort of thing. So until we change that, that's kind of where I'm at today with this particular issue.
Okay. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I also support medicine for illnesses. I'm a walking example of that. After spending 42 days in a hospital right? And I'm not here to argue that this purchase is pro or con for medicinal marijuana. I know I have some great drugs that brought me back in this chair today. Leaving that aside, I am a proponent of fairness and making things work in our county. Now, we haven't been able to do that in the past few years, and it's been my goal to make that happen as a supervisor. I believe our ordinances do need to be relooked at, change those that are detrimental and not working for our people, for our government, mainly our people. But I'm also a believer in establishing rules that everybody should follow equally. And everybody should abide by those same rules instead of a select few. I hope you understand my position, but at this time I would not support this zoning change as presented. Thank you.
I have a career of, using medications to treat people, and I honestly do think that this industry that is being created in California and in Calaveras does have a place, but I also believe that it needs to be regulated. I don't like to chase business out of this area at all, and I'm open to a lot of things, but we still have to follow a set of rules. And I understand why the Planning Commission voted the way they did. They have a code that they had to follow, and right now we have the same code. This is not, do I agree with the use and the treatment, and I don't want it to be taught that way. It's how am I interpreting the code, and right now I don't have an avenue unless the property owner was to go to CP. And trust me, the dead silence you're hearing up here, I can hear everybody's minds clicking on how to make this work, and there just isn't a way at this time. I can't make this work for them, so I can't vote to overturn their decision.
Yes. So the public has a chance to come back up and speak in rebuttal. The public.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your voicing your opinion, being straightforward and honest. Okay. I think, though, what we're overlooking is the fact that that was what this compromise was about. Okay. We have different opinions. I don't want to further expound on the documents that exist. It's not my goal to beat up staff. It's not my goal to make the county's job any more difficult. A lot of people have recognized the need to upgrade the ordinance. I was here at the last Planning Commission. You weren't here, Cliff wasn't here, and this issue came up, and I said, hey, I think you need to look at two separate ordinances. You need to look at the regulation of where marijuana is transferred. Okay, I think sometimes we get off on tangents, and some of the culture folks don't like hearing me say this. But the fact of the matter, right now, the cultivation, transportation, and sale or transfer of marijuana is illegal under state and federal law. Now, that being said, the citizens of California in, I believe, 1996 passed Proposition 215. And in that proposition, okay, as somebody said, it was that medical marijuana patients could not be prosecuted. They could still be arrested, could not be prosecuted. The state of California rectified that when they implemented Assembly Bill 420. And they said, basically, if you go out, take your doctor's recommendation, and you go to your local county health department and you fill out some paperwork and you fill out, you get a state card. Okay? If you get that state card, then you're barred not only from prosecution, but also from arrest. Now, we've heard today, folks, that nothing about recreational use. They have real illnesses. You know, I could sit up here all afternoon and I could tell you story after story about people that came in there in the first year and a half. Okay? There's some sad, emotional stories. I'm not going to waste people's time. I think that issue has been resolved. Time and time again, folks come up here and they want to talk about marijuana as if it's this whole single recreational issue. The citizens of California are going to make that decision. This is just about medical marijuana. The fact of the matter is, yes, I have a different opinion of what folks that need to support the ordinance. Now, another thing that I wasn't even going to bring up today, but I will share with you, and you can verify this with the staff. In October of 2010, the board at that time realizes, after the opening of Forgotten Knowledge, that maybe they needed to clean up the ordinance to make it a little clearer. That was October of 2010. If you get that draft ordinance, it's lined through the line dispensary and the words collective. So whoever was working on that ordinance at that time, okay, realizes that those were two different types of entity. Now, that being said, we could probably debate. I could take out a copy of Webster and you'd say, oh, that was a cute name you came up with, guy, Forgotten Knowledge Collective, but it's right in Webster. Daniel Webster, actually, one of his followers, came up with that line. So the issue here is your planning department has indicated that it's a good location. We have a different opinion where the line is. I think I'm right. They think they're right. They got the documentation. Okay. And if we look at the history of Forgotten Knowledge, it's been there 5 years. I'm not aware of one call to law enforcement. I'm not aware of any incident or any complaints other than, folks coming up here that have a general disregard and they don't like marijuana in any way, shape, or form. Okay. So I would really like this to end here today. Okay. I would appreciate you reconsidering your guys' position. Okay. And say, hey, it's been here 5 years. The planning department has indicated that it's not a bad location. It doesn't have all these other challenges and problems. We don't currently have an ordinance that limits the number of locations. If you want an ordinance to say that, then you need to update it. They tried or started down that path in October 2010. I wasn't involved in any of that. I don't know what happened. Somebody probably knows. But I think what happens a lot of time on the marijuana issue is you have a large portion of Calaveras County that is dependent on the income from growing marijuana. They're very vocal. And I think sometimes they come up, they're vocal, and things get passed on that should be dealt with right at that time. I think we should deal with and put to bed Forgotten Knowledge. Let it move forward, because the endlessness of this doesn't benefit anybody. It's frustrating. It's, hard to stand here and listen to people that never have been there, that last time at the Planning Commission were saying what type of construction it was and how the walls could move around. They've never even been there. And I just think enough is enough. Okay, we all need to move on. And you have an opportunity right here to do it. And I just think it's the proper one. And I would appreciate it if we could put this to bed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, as we come to the end of this, hopefully, I think the comments made by the supervisors are very well taken. It's unfortunate that we all find ourselves in this position. You have ordinances on the books that you really are compelled to support and make sure that they're enacted. If you don't like them, if they're not working, if the world has changed, then the ordinance needs to change. And that's what you as a board need to do. Let's modernize the ordinance, let's bring it forward, tear it apart, see what's wrong with it, fix it, and do something about it. But then that will become the law. That will become the guide for boards in the future. As long as that ordinance is in effect, the board will support it. On the other hand, we have, and it's not really related, but it's illustrative, that we have totally unregulated growing of marijuana in the county, industrial quantities. And why is that happening? Because we don't have an ordinance. So is no ordinance better than a bad ordinance? I don't know. It certainly creates for some interesting board meetings and planning commission meetings. The debate is all over the map. So I think rather than sweep our ordinances, our current ordinances, under the rug and ignore them, we need to support them, and then in an expedited manner, let's take a look at the existing ordinance, see if something needs to be changed, tweaked, or totally rewritten, and let's see about getting a grow ordinance in place in Calaveras County to solve the problems that thousands of citizens of this county are having to deal with now. So that's the answer. It's not hiding or kicking the can down the road. You need to do your job now, and right behind that, there's another job waiting for you, and that's to look at these ordinances and see if revision or rewriting is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clements.
We're still under public comments.
In 2010, when that business license was approved, certain folks are now saying, well, we didn't know what it was. But after that collective opened in June of 2010, the newspapers let everybody know what was happening with Forgotten Knowledge. So what happened in 2011 when Forgotten Knowledge came to get their business license after the whole world has seen the publicity that they were transferring marijuana there? What happened in 2012 when Forgotten Knowledge came and got their business license again, and everybody in the world and everybody in planning knows it's C2 and not CP, and we've got an ordinance from 2005 that's apparently now being violated, and everybody knows, but we keep taking the money and reissuing the business license. What happens in 2013 by then? We're to the point of litigation throughout the county against collectives. What happened when Forgotten Knowledge came up to the county and gave their check to the county in C2 zone? They took the money, and they knew the zoning was wrong. For 4 years, we submit for at least 3, if not 4 years. There's no excuse for the county continuing to give the business licenses to Forgotten Knowledge and allowing them to continue their investment in that business. I mean, it's one thing if you tell them at day one you're not properly zoned, go away. It's another thing to let people start up a business and work it for 4 to 5 years, believing that, at least for 3 or 4 of them, that things are okay, and then all of a sudden pull the rug out from under the business. And what's the reason? Well, you weren't legally zoned back then, but we took your money. We took your business license funds. We also took $10,000 in permit fee or in application fees for rezoning. You got a business that's fighting to stay in business, and it didn't sound like it was doing too well a little while ago. But I would just ask you to think about that. you know, whoever was in charge of the ship at that time kept taking the money, even though the zoning was C2. So, and I agree with Mr. Wright. I mean, come on. C2 to CP, you've got two businesses there that are both CP compatible. So the effect of the zoning is to make both businesses in that area consistent with the ordinance, the 2005 ordinance. And everybody goes home. But in the course of not doing that, what did this county do to these people who put their money and time into this business for all these years by not enforcing the ordinance? I mean, there's got to be something to be said for the failure of the county to do anything until after these people are deeply committed in a business that a lot of its members have come to support. So if you're looking for a reason, an overriding consideration, it's the fact that this business, unlike no other, has been getting business licenses for 4 years before somebody said, hey, we're now going to say you're in violation of the zoning ordinance. And of course, we can get around that by allowing the proposed split zoning that was paid for by the application fee. So I think that's another issue to be taken into consideration here. It just isn't the black and white of the 2005 ordinance. It's, well, how come the county kept taking their money all those years if it was illegal?
30 seconds.
Thank you.
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. It's becoming apparent to me that this business should, well, two things. The comments made in opposition to marijuana, some of the comments I agree with, and we need not only to look at the ordinances that relate to marijuana, we need to look at all the ordinances in this county which have effect on property rights, every one of them. And we actually are going through a general plan update process where we should be doing that. We should come out of that process with property rights, not only for this applicant, but any ones in the future, solid and protected, and government doing its job of protecting the rights of the people. In this case, it seems simply a matter of grandfathering a use that's been previously approved. Money was taken by the county. It makes no difference what kind of business it is, because that's not an issue. What's at issue is process. Well, the process needs to be proper. What's proper in this case? The business, there's no complaints about the business. Business has been in operation, been previously approved. It should continue, grandfathered in. And at some future date, the grandfathering, as I understand it, would mean that if they left, then it would be a different situation for a new applicant. But in between the time that they would leave and now, if they're grandfathered in, we could perhaps put together a better set of ordinances that would be more protective to people's rights. And if we could do that, that'd be a great thing. And that's something to really be proud of. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Any other public comments? All right. Mike.
How you doing? James Lynch again, from Valley Springs. I hear a lot of you saying that, you are in favor of this medicine, and I'm glad to see that, times are changing, because there are a lot of people that really rely on this. Among many other medications that I must take, this is one that is imperative to my health. And I also hear a lot of you saying that, there's issues that need to be changed. Well, I feel in my heart that the idea of the people that put forth this country was to get things right for the people. and not to extend things and continue to try. I just don't understand why we can't see it clear to make it work for all of us. Thank you.
As a goodbye, you guys got stuck with the big mess, okay? It wasn't your doings, well, this planning director's doing. Somebody unloaded you and you stuck in it. I don't know how you're going to apply law retroactively. Good luck. And think about another thing. If this really comes down to push come to shove, us 12 people are going to think about it. I got the impression your staff took the money, issued licenses. You didn't do it. Your staff did it. But you're going to be held accountable. Somebody screwed up years ago. It wasn't you. You inherited it. So, think about their side. I can understand both sides. I have no problem with it. But it wasn't what regulation you passed. It was some greedy, short-sighted staff that got you in this pickle. Think about who's yanking whose chain over here, folks. You need some cleaning up to do. Okay, it's not out here. The people who got you in this pickle, you better think about. Thank you.
Any other comments there? Okay. I guess I'll make mine. I have one more question. Okay. You want that? Close of the appeal hearing. Right. But I still have a question. If you have questions, no questions. Okay.
No, the next one is the board discussion questions.
All right. So I'm at this point, since I have like A through H right here that I have to do. Okay. So close. This is the close of the appeal hearing. So we're going to close the appeal hearing now, and then we're going to go for board discussion, questions, and actions. That's next. Okay. I still have a question on. I'm interested on the Calaveras Medical Collective still, and how, because I know that's a whole separate situation than what Mr. Myers has over there. But I know the spot zoning is an issue. But I also know that, have we been how have they stayed in business?
Well, we've been involved in litigation with both dispensaries, and it's a long, tedious process. And prior boards have directed us not to shut them down until the work its way through the court process.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, I didn't understand you. Could you speak
I'm sorry.
that?
Is this on? My understanding is that prior board directed Code Enforcement Office and County Council to work through the court system to prosecute those two cases, and it's been wending its way slowly through the court process. And the directive was not to do anything to shut them down until the courts directed so.
Not to shut them down till when?
Until the courts directed, until the court made a final determination.
Status of those cases, do we know?
Well, it's different from this.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah. So I want to get back to us and the matter at hand. So the recommendations, the Planning Commission recommends the Board of Supervisors sign a resolution approving the general plan amendment of Mr. Guy Myers' property of 2014-030 based upon the findings included therein. And that is the adjustment of what?
That's the land use designation change to fix the discrepancy between the industrial and the commercial boundary. So it changed it from industrial to commercial.
Just for that portion
Just
of
for
it?
that portion. And so it corrects this map on page 113 of your packet, someone referred to that earlier, shows where the cross-hatched area is current industrial. That line would move to where the red line is. The whole site then would be zone or general plan designated commercial. So we're just fixing that problem. It's really sort of unrelated. There's a longer history involved with Mr. Myers sort of referred to that, wanting to do some additional changes, and then when Caltrans got involved, realized he needed to do traffic analysis because of the potential change in traffic. He dropped that portion of it.
Okay, but that was for zoning it different.
That was for
giving a different land use.
Right, changing the land use designation.
So,
but this would correct this discrepancy between the existing zoning and land use. No problem with that.
Okay.
Planning Commission recommended approval.
I know that there's no problem with it, but I mean, he didn't have a problem with it before, right?
Right.
So really, it's being done so that we can. It helps the county with their general plan to be consistent.
It helps the county. It also would help Mr. Myers at some future date if he were to apply for some other application that required discretionary approval. We would need to make finding of consistency with the general plan for the commercial use not permitted in the industrial zone. He'd have the same problem. Okay. He doesn't now, may or may not ever come up in the future.
Right. So, but it is still, it happened somehow where that building got built on across another lot line. And
it's not a lot line. It's just a boundary between the land use designation.
Okay, so it got built across the land use designation, which split them. And so that was like approved by the county to have that building done, right?
Right.
So everybody makes mistakes. I see that. Right. And then it says, get back to that again, I'm sorry. So that one I'm good with. I think that we're fortunate that that we could actually make those adjustments so that the general plan could be consistent. Staff recommends the board to sign a resolution denying appeal by Guy Myers and upholding planning commission action by denying zoning amendment based on upon the findings included therein. So that's the spot zoning. Yeah, the CP, spot zoning. Yeah. Split zoning.
It's a zone change. Doesn't matter what you want to call it.
Right. So, I actually feel that our county needs to support that because this isn't going to be the only challenge. And so I am good with supporting the denial of this appeal. And then it says staff recommends the Board of Supervisors sign a resolution denying the appeal made by Guy Myers upholding the Planning Commission action to deny administrative use permit based upon findings included therein. So the AUP is his right to operate his business, basically. Okay. I'm having a tough time with this one actually because of the history. He's been there for 5 years operating this business, and he's got business licenses for those 5 years. So for me, I agree with us not. I agree with the 2005 decision to make it CP zone for dispensaries. I agree with that. But I also see that his business has been allowed to operate like this, and for this period of time,
without still producing that business license every year. And that, to me, is a little bit, that's my issue with it. So, there are some extenuating circumstances in some cases. And so
unfortunately, the only way to get to approval of the administrative use permit is to have the proper zoning. It would be against our code to approve the AUP without the proper zoning.
So and we can't do that.
Well,
Can the applicant change their request to go from to a CP to the entire?
That's certainly within the discretion of the property owner.
Okay. So what's that process?
Can I just quickly, but there's nothing against the law and our codes that stops us from approving the zone change, right? I'm just trying to clarify for myself that we can approve the zone change based on our zoning law.
That's correct.
Right.
Just want to make sure.
So the applicant.
The zone change that the applicant requested.
So I guess there's a couple options here.
Yeah.
The applicant could, I believe that it's not his desire to do so because many board members have pointed out that it would restrict the future use of the rest of the property. But the applicant could request a zone change for the entire property. It still has the spot zoning issue, but it doesn't address, it does solve the concern we have about split zoning. And we've sort of set the precedent with Little Trees up in Arnold where we found that property to be appropriate for commercial office zoning. We would need to make the same finding that that property is appropriate for commercial office zoning, which means, limiting its uses. And that was one of the concerns the Planning Commission had, was that they didn't want to limit the uses of the site for future economic development. However, if you find that this location is appropriate for a dispensary, and the only way to get there is through rezoning it to professional office commercial, whatever other findings that you decide are appropriate to approve the rezone, there would be nothing that would prohibit you from approving a zone change for a portion of the property. But the AUP would have to follow that zone change.
But the applicant would have to request.
No. The applicant has already requested a zone change for the portion of the property.
To CP.
To CP. And the AUP requires CP zoning. If the concern of the board, which was part of the concern of the Planning Commission, that split zoning was inappropriate, then the only option then would be for the owner of the property to agree to modify his zoning application. We would have to renotice it and have a follow-up hearing on zoning the entire property for professional office. And we would need something in writing from the property owner. As Mr. Myers is an officer in the corporation, but I'm not sure he has full authority to sign on behalf of the full corporation that owns the property. So we would need all the proper application requirements to be met to change that application.
But this would not follow any split zoning practice that we've ever used. It would be one particular part of the parcel, correct? This would be a new approach.
As proposed.
I mean, whether you call it spot or split.
Yeah.
Or,
as proposed, this would certainly be the first split zoning application that I've dealt with here, but I've been here that long. My staff tells me that the practice of the county has been to discourage approval of split zoning, but we do have a number of parcels throughout the county that do have split zoning. So how that occurred, I don't know the history of that, but there are.
But that's parcels. That's not like right in the middle of a building.
Typically, it's not the middle of a building,
Yeah,
and
so
that is part of
that makes
part
the
of the
whole
concern.
that makes a big difference right there. No, it doesn't make a big difference.
Not really. This one is relatively straightforward because they've identified where in the land, what portion of that property is zone CP and what portion is zone C2, or would be zoned. It's clear we can take a tape measure and measure that distance. It's not sort of some amorphous, here's a line over here. We really don't know what the dimensions are. It's not as proposed elsewhere where it's a portion of a building without, any of the land underneath it. So it's really, it's up to you if you think this is a unique enough circumstance.
What is the risk that we take by doing that on the intent of the CP zone?
It's a legislative decision, and each zoning is unique. You have to look at the circumstances associated with each parcel, the surrounding uses, the impacts associated with that change on each one. I think that what you find is that under certain circumstances, we will approve and allow split zoning to occur. That's the message that is sent. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to then approve every other one in the future. You don't set a precedent. It doesn't rule over future applications. We have to look at each one independently.
Peter, can I ask you a question? If the board decided to overturn the Planning Commission, did I hear you correctly saying that you would then request that they continue the hearing so that you could submit them proposed findings? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, because we do not have findings for approval today.
And that's
we do not want to craft
the reason that's important is because we would want the findings to come from professional planners to support that type of decision because it affects the others.
We'd also then bring back the administrative use permit for findings of approval and conditions and those kinds of things. Again, that's the desire of the board.
Question. So along those thoughts, what Chris mentioned earlier about, conducive uses. So if we wanted to overturn the Planning Commission and you would go back and look at various findings, that's when you would look at compatible uses and location and those kinds of things?
So we would base our findings on what we heard today during the hearing. We would come up with new rationale for it. We would base it on what you've stated here during the public hearing.
Okay.
But it's a matter of crafting it in a way that makes sense rather than try to write it on the fly here. So if that's your desire, you would have a motion of intent to approve with direction to refer it back to staff to bring back, probably I guess in 2 meetings, enough time to get it on the agenda.
Have to be 3 maybe. All right. So my whole issue with this thing is I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. Maybe that's it, the mind thing. Up there at Little Trees, they zone the whole thing CP. So all of those businesses, even though they don't belong in CP, can stay there until they leave. Then they can't go back there as anything else but CP. I just am having a hard time seeing the difference between this, which is if this whole stretch is C2, which it is right now, right, C2, and that business is there. It's been proven, they've had business licenses. It's there. And as a CP, it's supposed to be CP, but it doesn't belong there because it's not CP there, but it's there. It's been there for 5 years.
That business license was issued in error. It was renewed sort of automatically. Does not get reviewed. Renewals do not get reviewed by planning. So once I don't know why it took 2 or 3 years to start an enforcement process on it, but then it's been ongoing since 2013. So for 3 years it had a business license issued in error. It doesn't legitimize the business.
No,
but it does. They were operating apparently under an assumption that they were legitimate there, even though I won't say anything more.
Okay, so that's the way I feel about it. they were operating. And if I had a business, doesn't matter what it is, and I was operating in a particular space like that, and then the county kept, coming after my, taking money from me, collecting taxes upon business license that was approved, and then the county said, by the way, you can't operate anymore, then I'd be pretty mad about that, actually. And I know this is different because, but I don't look at it as a whole lot. I'm trying to look at it as a business. So it's almost like it's good up there, but it's not good here. So it makes my dilemma even a little bit more difficult now.
Was Little Trees operating before?
Yeah, they were operating.
Okay.
Yes, they were. Operating without any certification.
I don't even know what that business was.
So, I support the CP zone. I mean, we need to make sure that that we're going to move forward in time, and things are going to move the way they're going to move, but we need to be able to go with the intent of the CP zoning. I believe that. And I believe that we need to follow rules in the law. So, to me, this is just like a mess. And I want to try to make it right by everybody's that involved, and the business owner especially, because they invested. And so I guess that's my comments. I'm not sure where to go from here.
So as we look at the general plan, what's being proposed, changing that industrial to commercial. So that's number one decision. Mm-hmm. Number two decision then is the request for a split zone. So taking the CP commercial, just that portion of the building to be CP.
That portion of the property.
Of the property.
From C2 to CP.
Okay. And then that's number two decision. Number three decision then is approval or not of the AUP.
If the zoning is approved.
If the zoning is CP.
Yeah.
Okay. If we say, if we decide that we are okay with the general plan change, and then on the number two, zoning of the CP, CP2, if we wanted to say, let's make the entire building CP, then planning commission or planning, you would have to go back and find findings one way or the other?
We would have to get concurrence with the owner.
Yes,
we'd have to go back to the planning commission and then back to the board.
Okay.
Well, you would have to get concurrence with the owner of the property, even if we felt that maybe it should go back to C2.
Well, we already have concurrence. You filed the application.
Okay. Yeah.
Filed the application for a portion of the property to go to C2. That's what we have that already.
So the applicant is the owner. The applicant is the owner of the property.
The applicant is the owner of the property. The applicant for the administrative use permit is the operator of the business.
So we don't have an application for the entire property to go to CP.
That's correct.
If we were to recommend that or whatever, I mean, that would have to come from the applicant.
Yes.
My fear is that we don't want to set any precedents for anything coming forward. Because I think that we can get inundated, actually, with applications. And we have something on the books right now that kind of controls that. So,
but this is unique in the sense that
it is unique.
That this is an existing business, whereas all those would be new applications coming in, except for a couple of them that are floating around out there. So it wouldn't be setting that precedent, at least in my mind.
there's a history.
That's one of the reasons why you need findings.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're going to.
All right. So we could probably talk about, let's take them one at a time. Let's move through the first one, which is the Planning Commission recommends the Board of Supervisors to sign a resolution approving the General Plan Amendment 2014-030 based upon the findings included therein.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Got one done. So, I believe that the other two need to go, was it back to for findings?
If you have 3 votes to overturn
So
the commission, then we can continue to hear.
So that's how we.
You need to find out if you have 3 votes.
I think that if I could assist with a motion, if is your desire to approve the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission's decision, would be to pass a motion to declare your intent to approve the zone change and administrative use permit, continue the hearing for until August 27th, I think is the last meeting of August, and direct staff to prepare findings and bring them back to you.
Okay.
Or whatever day is most appropriate.
So we have a choice then to uphold the Planning Commission's decision on 3, or to do as Peter says, to bring it back again, to deny the or to approve the appeal by Guy Myers and bring it back again for further with the intent to approve, and bring it back for more findings. Basically, I think there's just a few more things that
To look at a split zoning.
I'm not even willing to do that. I mean, that's probably going to be part of the what they're going to bring forward, but yeah, I guess so. It's an intent. So I would poll the board to see if you want to do that.
Okay, well, I would support that, and I'm supporting it for these reasons. I'm not an advocate of spot zoning, but in this particular case, I believe we have a 4 or 5 year history of a business that's been in existence. We've known about the business. I know we've, as a board, I think, again, I said earlier when I joined the board, it was, we had these dispensaries, collectives in place. What are we going to do? There's many moving targets with this particular issue that it was like, just got to leave this alone until we figure out what we're doing with this industry, you might say. So I was part of that initial process to leave it alone because we just didn't know. There were so many, again, moving targets. But I would be supportive of the planning department looking at the split zoning for this particular project. It appears that it is conducive in this particular area, in this particular instance, with this particular piece of property, that it has, in fact, been in existence for 4 or 5 years. I don't want to point a finger at any one blame about what the word collective means or if it was antique or not, because that's really a moot point as far as I'm concerned. And, the other issues related to CP, I'm concerned about the distance to the school children and things along that line. So, as part of those findings, that's what I'm looking for the planning department to confirm one way or the other. But those would be things I would be considering.
Okay.
At this time, I would not be in support of any spot zoning. Basically, I feel it's not fair to existing businesses, although they may be tenants of property owners. I know that this is not the case. I would like to see, once again, a revision or maybe even a review of some of our ordinances, some of our policies. We have made mistakes in the past. We need to identify those and act on those. If there was a different set of ordinances or different procedures, that would have been in my consideration in this decision. But at this time, I do not support the appeal.
Okay.
You're upholding the planning commission's appeal? Is that what you're saying, Bob?
Yes. Yes. Over the planning commission's appeal.
It's a very confusing discussion.
It is.
This is a poll. It's not a vote, so we're trying to give you direction. And I will have to say I have been on a board in the past where I saw mistakes that county staff made and allowed a business to go on for a long time, and I felt that was wrong, and basically it is. And I don't doubt that something was done here that was wrong, and I trust what you said, Peter, that you recognize that when the business license was issued, and it does come on continuously after that. No one really reviews it as long as you pay on time. It gets sent through the mail, and you're a good business that the tax collector doesn't have to chase you down and find out why you didn't pay. And a lot of people that I've found since I've been sworn in don't even get their license. And it exists all over our county, so that's hard to enforce. But that being said, in the past, when those mistakes were made, the code still was enforced. And I think that all that I can rely on is the same thing that the Planning Commission relied on, and that is that we have a code. It's imperfect. I won't argue that. And it's not the only one that we're looking at that needs reviewed. But it's what we have to work with. Maybe if this case were coming up in a year, or maybe if it was continued for 6 months, maybe we had a chance to look at some of those things. But right now, that's not what we're asking. We're asking that it be decided on today. And I will stick by the work that the Planning Commission did. And my vote in the poll, at least, is to uphold their decision.
Well, I think that it's kind of a process you need to work, that we have to work through. They did operate out of compliance for 4 or 5 years to our codes, but then they have come back before us and try to adjust the zoning and come in compliance. So I think that is, historically, we've attempted to do that as a board, is to see the businesses, yes, maybe they weren't in compliance in the beginning, but instead of, continuing that, they did come back in. They're trying to make the change. The zoning change may not be perfect, but it is legal, and it makes a lot of sense in a specific location. And I can't emphasize that enough, that in different locations, it wouldn't make as much sense. But right here, this split zoning makes a lot of sense. The zoning code is not supposed to be put into place to really squash people's rights. It's supposed to be put into place for public health and safety issues and be flexible. And I think that's what we're doing here, is we're being flexible. It's not perfect, but nothing about this world is. So I support the appeal.
Okay. So I guess I'm looking at it from a little different perspective. I don't think that the appeal should be supported. because it's changing it's splitting his building up, and just for this one reason. And I think that my whole issue around this is the fact that we're putting a business, or we're asking the business to stop being a business that has been a business for 5 years because of the CP zone, and we basically condoned it for this amount of time. I just don't think that we should. I think we need to not support the splitting of or spotting of zoning, and so I can't support the appeal. But I also would like to figure out a way that this guy has an investment there, and it seems to me like there should be a way to work that out. It's not like this is fresh, and it's kind of, I think it's what I've been saying the whole time. So that's my vote, or a poll. Okay.
Director Maurer, could I ask you, now that we've all spoken, to tell us what you think we said?
So I heard that there were three board members who would not support the zone change and would uphold the Planning Commission's action on the zoning. In which case, then a motion would be appropriate to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approve the resolution as presented in the packet. When that occurs, then that means the follow-up action would be to deny the appeal on the administrative use permit and also uphold the Planning Commission's action on the use permit.
Well, but I don't agree with that one.
Well, I don't know of a way you get there from here.
They're tethered together. You can't split them up.
I guess the problem I have is that what I don't really understand the issue of the split zoning. I mean, it's a commercial complex, so to me, why does it matter if it's commercial 2 or CP? I mean, they're right there. Seems like zoning's put in place to, and we as a board can change that zoning. That's why we're here. And so, I mean, if you want the business to go forward, and this is a mechanism to make sure it goes forward, why not do it if it's legal? I don't get it, but that's okay.
I think what I see is, I see where Chris is coming from, and it's, there's so many different variations of commercial properties, and I think when someone looks at zoning and you're going to go into a building, you want to make sure whatever your business is kind of compatible with everybody else. So, that's why I have concerns with split zoning. In this case, the property owner is requesting it, is supportive of that because of that request. And we do have an existing business there that other businesses in and around already know it's there. It's been there for 4 or 5 years. And that's why I'm supportive of the, Mr. Meyer's application because of that. Again, I stated earlier, I don't like necessarily the split zoning. It's something that, people don't know about. And I just feel like in this particular instance, we have a history that I think we have to acknowledge, whether we like that kind of business or not. There is a history there of that business being in place. And, I find, again, I came onto the board requesting, what are we going to do? And it was like, leave it alone. Let's work through our administrative processes. We are wanting businesses. We are looking at opportunities. We want to work with people. I mean, this is one example of a business that wasn't in compliance and trying to come into compliance. This county and this board has been faced with other businesses in that same scenario. And, that's why I support this application and can understand, commercial is commercial. And in this case, everyone who's in that building pretty much knows, as well as the applicant is supporting of this.
But then my fear is, what about the next one?
Mm-hmm.
And the next one?
We don't have any more medical dispensaries collectives out there that are operating.
We have one that does not have a business license. They are operating. Their application for zone change, very similar to this, was denied by the Planning Commission, and they have appealed it. It will be coming before you shortly. We have several other applications in process for similar uses, but they have not begun operation yet.
Just as a point of information, yesterday I received a phone call from a gentleman in Hawaii indicating what the requirements of Calaveras County to open up a collective, open up a dispensary, things of that sort. I've also received information, requests from Florida, from attorneys representing clients looking for property to manufacture.
We get inquiries weekly. We get inquiries weekly about opening up.
So do I.
Yes.
How can we do it? What do we need to do? What is zoning? In fact, we have applications coming in that we have to reject because they don't have proper zoning.
Which goes to my point. If you're going to overturn the Planning Commission, you need to instruct professional staff to bring you a report that won't compromise future legal enforcement action.
Okay. Now that I can go for.
So I guess the bottom line is, legislatively, you have the full reign of decision-making ability to base your decision on all the components of the issues in front of you. And a zoning change is a legislative act. As long as we understand the rationale behind why this is appropriate, and there's enough differences, in another circumstance where you may not want to approve split zoning, then we can make the findings to accomplish that and bring those back to you. But if your desire, you don't think that split zoning or spot zoning is appropriate, or in any case, then that's within your prerogative.
I really think if we do that, we've just opened up a can of worms. I mean, so somebody can open up one that's 1,001 foot from a library now, and then somebody remeasures it and turns out it's 950 feet. And so we've got to come back in and give them permission to do that. And I'm not against the idea, and I'm using it as a treatment, and that's not the issue. The issue is this county has a history of enforcing the code when somebody has been out, even if they've been issued a business license more than once, and going back, and it has held the test of court challenges. I don't see how we can do this. I have no desire to put these people out of business or hurt their business. I'm actually of the opposite mindset. But we do not have a vehicle in our county code, however needy the code is, to help this business that I can see. And we do not have a history of changing the code either. If we're going to do it, then we need to tweak it for everybody. The Little Trees, they changed their entire complex to CP. And if the owner wanted to do that, that would solve all this issue, is what you're telling me. Correct? But that's not his plan. And I understand why he doesn't want to hurt the property value that he's got. So I completely respect that.
Okay. So I guess
Yeah, we'll take a vote then. So I need a motion.
On which, where are you at?
Question
Either
on
one.
formulating a motion. Any suggestion of wording of the motion to make sure that we understand what we're voting on?
Well, I mean, you have, basically, you have number 2, which is pretty clear. So you can make a motion on that.
You mean 12?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well.
Number 12?
It's under recommendations.
It's also.
Yeah. Okay, 12. Yeah, it's number 12.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to support the resolution denying the appeal made by Guy Myers and upholding the Planning Commission's action to deny the zoning amendment 2014-030 based upon the findings including herein. And my motion's based on, bottom line, I have a hard time with this split zoning and the potential to the floodgate.
Okay.
I second that motion.
All right. So Supervisor Ponte makes a motion to deny the appeal made by Guy Myers upholding the Planning Commission action to deny zoning amendment 2014-030 based upon the findings included therein. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so Supervisor Kearney seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, it's 4-1. All right. And then we're on item number 13, which is staff recommends the Board of Supervisors signs a resolution denying the appeal made by Guy Myers and upholding the Planning Commission action to deny administrative use permit 2014-030 based upon findings included therein. So do I have a motion on that?
So moved.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney. Second?
I'll second.
No, I'm sorry. Second motion? Okay. So I have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
4-1.
No.
I already said 4-1.
You didn't give me a chance to say no.
Lay it out.
One question before I got all you guys here. I had this discussion with you about rezoning all of my property M4 Plymouth. It seems like maybe that's what I should do because I got some users up at the bank that I've had to walk away from. That would have created about 8 to 10 jobs with some kind of little electronic assembly thing that goes on the back of taillights of trucks. Something up in Canada blows the things off. And I lost those folks already. So, I keep coming up here and talking about the flexibility. But I can't keep spending money up here, getting told no. Okay, so do you guys have a problem with me rezoning the whole property?
I think you need to go to the planning department and talk to them, tell them what you want to do.
Okay. Anybody else have any suggestions or thoughts?
I have no problem with Mr. Myers.
Pardon?
I have no problem with doing your own property, what you need to do with it. I do recognize the problems we've had in the past dealing with planning departments and planning commissions and building departments and their problems, but I want to say that I've seen some progress made.
I think that's good.
In the last couple of years.
The problem that they're dealing with wasn't their creation.
I understand,
Okay.
and that's what I'm trying to say.
Now, I will reiterate, okay? You guys are hearing all these people calling. They're coming from all over the world to California because they think it's going to pass. If you want to limit the amount of places that distribute marijuana, you need to segregate what's legal now, and you need to plan for it tomorrow. Everybody keeps saying we only want so many in. Well, you got Valley Springs and you're trying to throw both of those out. So, a lot of times in Valley Springs through the years, we feel like we're the whipped children, okay? So these people basically, I guess they can drive to Arnold or they can drive to over here until one of these gets shut down for being too close to the other one or whatever. So I think it's imperative that you get working on your ordinance ASAP, because you're going to have a flood. You're going to get more and more calls, more and more, because people believe that it's going to go. So I would just strongly suggest that. I will talk to planning about that. I'll probably also put in a request. Well, I'll wait for that. I'll talk to them. Okay.
I agree with you, Mr. Myers, on all this.
5 minutes. Chris already took one, so he's left a quarter.
To start, we will try to make this as quick and painless as possible. I know you guys have been through the gauntlet today. Again, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. Today we are here to present the state of facilities. Facilities is one of the divisions under Public Works. It's not entirely, and we'll explain that a little bit. Brief history, we've gone through 5 or 6 of these and one left after tonight. And so I'm going to hand it over to our facilities manager, Zachariah Collum. Most of you know him, and he'll do part of this, and I'll do part of this.
Good afternoon, Zachariah, Facilities. What are facilities? The county facilities consist of over 85 buildings that are owned and leased and operated by the county, 18 parcels of land, 6 parks. The buildings are anything from Government Center. We have about 26 buildings here on Government Center, not including all the little outbuildings. Branch libraries, the airport hangar, and the offices there. County land, we have a couple parks. That we own. We own a couple parking lots. These are all just land parcels the county owns. And then facilities that are leased by the county. So we have the building that Calaveras Human, CHHSA on the corner leases. Public Health has buildings that they lease. Behavioral Health Services has buildings that they lease. We currently have about 350,000 square feet of buildings throughout the county that are under county control. This is a map that just kind of gives you an idea where all of these parcels and buildings are laid out. Yellow is county-owned and operated buildings. Blue is property that's owned by the county but leased out. That it can include grazing. You can see a nice big blue section around the landfill where there's lots of grazing land. There's teal. That's land owned by the county, and the buildings are owned by another entity. The best example of that is the senior center. White is county-owned land, and red is a county-owned parcel, and we own it so that we can put a road on it. The facilities unit actually consists of 3 smaller units. That's maintenance, custodial, and administrative. Maintenance is doing what you'd think, fixing stuff that has broken, and also doing AC preventative maintenance, HVAC, air conditioning, those type of things. The custodial staff has about 225 square feet that they maintenance or provide services for every evening, 5 days a week. And then there's the administrative unit, consists of me, and that's project management, equipment upgrades, minor remodels, and all the administrative parts that go with that. In 1964, there was a proposal to build Government Center, and this is the proposal. This is the front cover of the proposal that was provided to the county, and those are the original buildings that were built here on campus. What we do, this is all 3 units combined together. Lighting, maintenance, and repairs, that's inside the building, outside the building, parking lots. We do install, remove, move, and repair furniture. Electronic access control and keys, that's the fobs. The key control, issuing, replacing, working with departments for the proper levels. Alarm systems, burglar, fire, HVAC system repairs, and maintenance, plumbing and electrical issues. Mostly bathrooms, that's where most of our plumbing is, but that also includes grounds. Janitorial services, it's cleaning bathrooms, cleaning the floor, trash, recycle, cleaning the walls. A lot of people don't understand we clean the walls, we clean the ceilings. Because they get dusty, we clean bugs out of lights when we can reach them. Lots of small tasks that you wouldn't think. Dusting. Grounds maintenance, obviously. Mowing, weeding, tree maintenance, bushes, sweeping when we can get to it. More of what we do. Manage capital improvement projects. Electronic access control, the remodel projects, HVAC replacement. Those are some of the capital improvement projects. The parking lots that we put in a couple years ago. Also manage the airport improvement projects. We just completed an airfield lighting replacement, moved all to LED lights. We put in hangars, and we're working on paving, AWAS, and beacons. We do ADA upgrades, usually in conjunction with other projects. Those are ongoing. We don't have a specific project, but they are always ongoing, and we tie them into any other capital improvement project that we're doing. We also deliver copy paper to offices around San Andreas, not only just on campus. Do project management for smaller projects, the drainage project that we did outside of Building D, and a project like the tax collector's office when we replaced the carpeting for safety issues. Desk repairs, we get a lot of calls for desk repairs, drawers that have stopped working, keyboard trays that have fallen off, or keyboard trays that need to be installed. We do hang pictures, and we install department-specific equipment when the departments purchase new equipment. Continuing on, managing contracts. This is one of the big things we do, and that's the jail and sheriff's office maintenance contract with CGL Kitchell. That's the biggest one that we manage. And then we also have our HVAC PM service that's done by AirServe. We manage that contract. Pest control, elevator service contracts, generator service and testing, tree maintenance. These are just to name a few of the major ones we have. This is a view of Government Center as of, I believe it's May, from Google Earth. Tried to kind of get a similar angle. You can see that we're far expanded from that original 1964 plan. Up on the left, you have the new courthouse, the new jail, and the new sheriff's office. Up in the right top-hand corner, you can see the bright white part is the library. And then coming down in the Government Center, we have behavioral health modulars. And to the far right, we have the Red Barn, the Red Barn Annex. Personnel.
Can I ask you a question about that slide?
Yes.
Where CAL FIRE has their property, that we own that property?
Yes, we do.
Is there anything we can do about the junkyard they've created?
But we have been in discussions with what we can propose for them and talking to them about it.
Can't just propose that they clean their mess up? For $1 a year? Not that easy, huh?
Not quite that easy.
Sorry, there's a big audience.
Really? Shit, I've never brought that up. What kind of junk is there?
Well, look in the bottom, see all that.
I see that, but what type of trash?
It's office equipment and things of that nature. And
a lot of machinery, metal, old stuff that they don't use.
Really
Any maintenance, used oil filters, things of that sort?
I have not seen any of that.
Could be an EPA issue?
No, they have to follow rules like everybody else when it comes to that. They got a shop area.
They're under regulations.
Yeah, but
file cabinets, junk like that.
But you know, I mean, they are leaving, so they should be moving towards cleaning that up.
Is there any way we can put heat on them to do that?
There's always a way.
You just did.
I'm kind of on the balance that. I'm trying to put them on the spot so it's so for them to think. I'm getting complaints about it. Let me put it that way to you.
Yeah. I'm hearing those also. Okay. It's not being addressed.
Okay, thank you.
So I have complaints about the fact that they've decided to pull their operations out of here and go somewhere else in Tuolumne. And yet they're just kind of, you know, not giving us the benefit of being able to take advantage of some of those areas. And it's costing us money. So you know, they're taking away a revenue source from us, really, because when they were here, they would use our businesses and that sort of thing, and they're going to be gone. But they just, you know, kind of like take advantage, I guess. So there's quite a few people in the community that are a little bit upset about that.
All right, moving on to personnel. This is for the entire facilities unit. Our maintenance staff consists of a facilities maintenance engineer and a facilities maintenance worker. That is 2 personnel we have for maintenance. We have up at the jail, under our contract with CGL, we have 2 maintenance personnel up there, plus all the admin that goes along with that. But we have 2 on-site people that are here during the week. Our custodial staff consists of a lead custodian, or a custodian 3, a custodian 2, who is the lead for the jail and assigned to the jail, 4 full-time custodial positions, and one more full-time custodial position that's assigned to the jail. And currently we have 5 of those 7 positions filled and have background checks going to completely fill those positions. And then under the administrative unit, there's only one FTE, and that's myself. And I'm an administrative
So
analyst.
Zachariah,
Yes.
you mentioned ground maintenance, so you don't have anybody taking care of the grounds.
We have partnered, we've asked and had CAL FIRE here a few times. The sheriff's crew has been down to do it. We've in the past had volunteers come in and help us. At one point in time, Brent Harrington was coming in and mowing
So
our lawns.
no dedicated staff.
No dedicated staff.
When did you last have dedicated staff to the grounds?
2007.
That's
and I believe
another
that
thing
was an extra higher position. But we also had 3 FTEs at that point in time also. And right now we only have 2.
Is there a plan to transition from jail maintenance to, yard maintenance? I mean, so we have people that are incarcerated. They don't qualify for, cleaning up their own area.
I'm talking about jail inmates.
Are you talking about inside the maintenance specifically in the jail? The jail was built with modern technology, and typically it needs a high level of trained and consistent maintenance. For the grounds, the inmates are doing that, but the maintenance itself is done by highly trained individuals.
How long is that contract? That's for another, year, right?
It was a 3-year
3-year contract.
So we have a year and a half, and then we have the option to renew it for 2 more years.
Are we cross-training people on that yet? Or?
We have no staff to cross-train. So some of our partners, I've mentioned some of them in the past, but the UC Cooperative Extension Master Gardeners are working with facilities and public works on drought-tolerant plantings and just beautifying areas of the campus as possible. Friends of the Library take care of the library and the branch libraries. They've been a great help. Calaveras Historical Society, who operates the museum downtown, the Red Barn Museum, and also built the Red Barn Annex. San Andreas Recreation and Parks, they operate parks throughout San Andreas, but also operate the Alex Quinones Ballpark, which is county-owned. Murphy's Volunteer Library Company, or Incorporated, they are very active in the Murphy's Library, and Murphy's Community Club, which operates the Murphy's Park, which is also owned by the county in Murphy's. Getting into how we do it, these are 4 areas that we hire outside contractors. The advantage of this is that we get an expert in each field, and we only use them when we need to. Some of the disadvantages are that we have scheduling issues. We have to wait for their schedule to open up. It takes staff time to contact them, schedule with them, coordinate, and we also have to escort them quite a few times, and we have to have a staff member with them. So there are ups and downs. Facilities as a unit last year spent about $35,000, actually it was just over $35,000 on contracted services in HVAC maintenance. Electrical, we hire an electrician to do quite a bit of our work. Plumbing, we hire a licensed plumber. And then locks, all these jobs that require a license certification. Yes?
These are all local contractors
They
certified?
are,
Vendor
yes.
process?
We're using AirSurf of the Gold Country out of Valley Springs. We use Gold Electric and Jerry Gaspers, Gold Electric's Murphy's Gaspers out of Valley Springs. Plumbing, Angels, Sewer, and Drain. In the past, we've also used Gold Star. And then the locks is Brendan's Lock and Safe right out of San Andreas.
Good. Good job. Thank you.
As a county as a whole, outside of facilities, so some of the project-oriented, we did spend almost $52,000, including facilities, on these vendors also. Successes. The administrative units had quite a few successes in the past year. We redid the electrical at the airport, the lighting on the airfield. We use LEDs, and it's significantly cut our electric bill out there. The Murphy's Branch Library, we got that building re-roofed. We've remodeled the Public Works sign shop so it was more efficient. PublicSurplus.com, we're now doing our surplus sales on PublicSurplus.com. Reduce the cost of the county. We've seen a little bit more revenue from that. We've started doing a Saturday sale. We'll do that probably once a year, to get rid of some of our old furniture. And the center board project was countywide. We finally got Arnold completed. We had, I think, 152 center board wooden poles that were deteriorating from the inside and were worried about coming down. We got those replaced. Not always with what we wanted. Murphy's, we did the nice green teardrop lights. Some of them we did steel lights.
Those are county lights.
They are now owned by PG&E. The lights themselves, so PG&E pays for the maintenance, but they are in county-operated lighting districts.
Okay, so if we have one damaged or knocked down by an accident, that's county replacement.
No, it's replaced by PG&E.
Oh, it is?
Yes. The ones that we've replaced. There are some that the county still owns and we're responsible for. Moke Lighting District has quite a few of those. We record the key system on campus, and we repaired parking lot damage to the broken water line that had undercut the asphalt. Maintenance unit, we closed 337 help desk tickets in 11 months of fiscal year 15-16, and replaced the storm drain around Building D, eliminating the flooding that happened around. That's the old admin building, and parts of this building were all alleviated by that project. And just getting our regular maintenance done that we did. The custodial unit added an additional 45,000 square feet of cleaning in the jail, bringing our total up to 225,000 square feet approximately. Current projects, 15-16. We are working on the remodel of this building, Arnold Library, parking lot repair, repave and restripe, the San Andreas Library parking lot, ongoing ADA improvements with every project, main entrance lighting. This has been scheduled for the end of September. Add some lights so when you go out after a late meeting or when it's dark that you can see the steps out front. We're working on repaving the runways, the taxiways at the airport, Murphy's street light additions. The east end of Main Street Murphy's gets awfully dark at night. We're working on Jenny Lid road yard improvements, and we're working to upgrade the AWAS at the airport, which is the airport weather observation system. Tells pilots what the weather is here, and then the rotating beacons so that pilots can find the airport. And that is not a comprehensive list, but that's the big ones for you.
So you see all of these completed in 2015-16?
Yes.
Mainly the libraries,
yes.
Okay.
That is our plan right now.
So I get the tough parts. Challenges. I'm sure you are all aware we have a lack of funding. We don't have funding for replacement of systems, no funding for true preventative maintenance of our systems, other than the very small contracts. The prioritization of our work efforts are potentially misdirected, meaning that we have a tendency to be reactive as opposed to proactive because of the lack of staff. And we don't always have the equipment necessary for efficient maintenance of what we have. Kind of tied to the lack of funding is insufficient personnel. We run very, very few crews. We don't have redundancy for backup or sick leave or vacation. We're pretty much only addressing emergency repairs rather than preventative maintenance. And with the short staff, we're not training for succession. 30% of the custodial staff is eligible for retirement and 100% of the maintenance staff eligible for retirement with nobody in line to learn what they know, pass on the historical information. And then we have one FTE for management and administration. Our maintenance has been deferred. I spoke earlier about being reactive and responsive to emergencies. The only preventative maintenance that we really have going on is via the contract with the HVAC. And then there are some future space needs. We don't have a plan to address current and future space needs for departments that are expanding or have new office. And we have a fairly large amount of leased buildings to support operations throughout the county. Addressing the challenges, I've listed some low-cost methods, some high-cost methods. I know that I'm going to be going after the low-cost methods regardless. The high-cost methods are for some future thinking on your part. We are already using inmate crews on the grounds to support the grounds work, community service organizations to help us with the grounds. We already utilize CAL FIRE crews, and in their defense, they do a lot of fuels reduction, both on campus and along the county roads. We're going to try to institute and adopt a planter program, maybe get a little competition among the departments. And we're hoping to be able to computerize our maintenance management system and hopefully institute an internal service funds. Some of the high-cost methods for future considerations, they really focus around the increased funding, which would be a larger general fund contribution, equipment and system replacement fund, additional staff. Of course, we have no source of income other than the general fund to pay for most of this.
Jeff, what do you mean by an internal service fund?
Internal service fund would be, talk about that.
Internal service fund is a way of charging departments directly for the services they receive from facilities.
Well,
Similar.
Yeah, currently the only revenue that comes into the facilities budget is through the A87 cost allocation plan. And if you recall in previously discussions of A87, the only entities that really get charged those costs are those departments that are non-general fund or are supported through some really substantial grants, or in the case of the building and co-compliance, because they have sufficient fees and have built those costs into them. So all your general fund departments that avail themselves of the facility services do not contribute revenue to them or pay for those services. And what if an internal service fund was set up, then any and all departments that use the services would be charged for the services.
That may just be borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, of course. Okay. So, outstanding issues, things that we need to consider. I believe we need to update the 1990 master plan. Potentially we could do a lot of this in-house. The last master plan was commissioned in 1990. Things were not the same then. Americans with Disability Act was passed in 92, so the master plan didn't consider that. There was not a lot of consideration for the computer world in which we live in, and communications in which we live in. We think that there would be nice to have additional signage for wayfinding on campus. Every day I come up onto the plaza, I'm directing people up to the courthouse and the jail. And then, of course, our roofs are somewhat old. very old, in many cases at the end of their useful life, so we're patching rather than replacing.
Can I add one more?
Yeah.
Maintenance or our grounds gardens or maintenance. All right, so you know that we have an offer on that for grants, right?
Yeah, that's a fairly small grant for what I call the boat out in front. Is that the one you're referring to?
Part of it. But if we could put a program together that would include, the employees if they wish to do that, but also volunteer folks to adopt an area, let's say, and have master gardeners, because they said they would do that. Help us with some of the plans and things. As long as we have a plan, they'll be happy to do that. And I've talked to several folks around here that would just, love to do that as part of their day or during their breaks or whatever.
We have met with master gardeners and talked about this. They're they're perfectly supportive of plant selection, plant types. Their activities that they do, the physical activities that they do on campus must be related to education as part of, I guess, their charter. But it is a partner with us, and I do believe that they support these ideas that I've talked to them about. And I am trying to institute this adopt a planner type of program. Have not yet reached out to the community to see if there are people out there who are wanting to adopt places on our campus.
I mean, you had plenty of spare time. So.
Yeah, thanks.
I know it's on the top of your priority list.
We still have a lot of buildings on campus that are fairly old. The exteriors are showing their age. We pretty much ignore that unless we feel it's a public safety hazard. We're busily looking around for on-site storage. We seem to have a lack of that. There's some potential areas where we can develop that. The HVAC in this building is very, very old, limping along. Some of our safety systems are definitely in need of upgrade. And then we have hazardous materials that need to be abated. And we're going to talk about that. Next slide. The old jail sheriff's office. It's about 21,000 square feet. We have mandatory hazardous material abatement that's estimated about $2.3 million, and that's regardless of what we decide to do, whether we decide to tear it down or attempt to reuse it. So that's a liability that we are currently carrying on that building. Part of the master plan would be to look and see if it would be best for the county to demolish the building or remodel the building. Some of the costs of the large ticket items I've listed: new roof, fire sprinklers, ADA improvements, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and some structural upgrades, all coming up to about $4.2 million. And so that does not even include the cost of tenant improvements once you've abated your hazardous materials and repaired the major systems. Behavioral health, the modular buildings, the other end of campus, they're 26 years old. The expected useful life of the modulars are 15, so they're living on borrowed time. You've mentioned on a number of occasions the condition of the grounds, but with very few people, it's a little bit of a problem. Tree maintenance, that's an ongoing issue. We have dropped some limbs on employees' cars, and we removed a hazard tree in the planter outside of Public Works about 2.5 weeks ago that was falling into the building. Parking lots are in need of maintenance. Of course, the earlier you can do the maintenance, the less it costs you in the long run. Departments and outside agencies are providing help when possible, but it's not consistent, it's not regular. So it's hard to depend upon and count on. More helpful ideas, potentially. We talked about the increase in funding in the general fund contribution, equipment and system replacement funds, internal service fund. None of these sound to me like great ideas. I think that we're probably going to be in a position of hoping that our general tax basis improves and we have a little bit more money to expend. Increase in staffing, we had asked in the 15-16 budget to add an additional facilities maintenance engineer as a critical position that would help both with the capital projects and would also be in a position to receive succession training. But that did not happen in this current budget. And of course, computerized maintenance management system we hope would be helpful as well, make us a little more efficient.
Do we have anything like that now, Jeff? Or we just don't have a computerized system in place?
Some parts are, some parts aren't.
Oh, okay.
So currently we have a help desk ticketing system, so repair requests come in that way, and the actual maintenance after using that is done by hand by Dave Allen, and that's the system we're using. Up in the jail, we are using a CMMS system that has been working very well. CMMS tells you when you have preventive maintenance tasks to get done with your timeline, but it also has help desk ticketing system in it that you can put those help desk ticket requests in, and it tracks all of those activities and how much time it takes, and you can break that down and see where you're at.
Do we own that, or is that part of the contract that we have with Kitchell or whoever?
We own that. Part of the contract we have is that they purchased it. Kitchell purchased it and set it up, but the county does own it.
Okay, so it is possible to expand that into the other areas of the county?
Definitely. It would be wonderful, and that is something that we've discussed, is expanding that. It is maintenance connection. It's a cloud-based system. It is a fantastic system for the user, reporting, putting in service requests. The backside of that is that to get all of the items into the system for the rest of the campus, it's going to be a very large task. Yes.
Talked a little bit about more helpful ideas, talked a little bit about government center planter adoption programs. A goal, obviously, to develop a true preventative maintenance program, and also to review some of the non-maintenance tasks in terms of potentially freeing our staff up for higher priority items, perhaps no longer going out and hanging the photos or delivering the computer copy paper, the copier papers, those types of items. One other thing before we get into some questions and comments that I want to bring up is that the structure of facilities is that we take our lead from the admin and the CAO. We provide the custodial and the janitorial services, and we provide the specialty support for small and large contracts, contract maintenance, contract oversight. But in terms of big picture planning stuff, we are working together with admin. So the duties and the big picture planning items are split or shared with admin, and we're in a supportive role to accomplish those things. Questions, comments?
Question. Road maintenance. Where's that fall?
Depends on who you ask. You're talking about the circulation roads on campus?
I'm talking about road maintenance in our county.
Oh, that definitely falls under Public Works, and
We'll be
that's...
seeing an update on that.
We did that.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yes.
Maybe you can watch that.
Chamber one.
It was a really good presentation.
There's been 5 or 6 of these that have been very good. Yeah.
Good job.
And no money there either.
No money there.
No, some money there.
Some money.
Less than there's been, but some.
I leave for 2 months. You guys
Facilities is always a tough one because generally there's no money and staff is very limited, and you have a lot of old stuff and then you get the new stuff, and so it's trying to find the right personnel to take care of these things. One of the things I think the weakest link in facilities is just the overall ground maintenance. And I understand there's some things in place to maybe improve upon those areas, but I don't know what the answer is, but that's probably the number one complaints I get once people get passed into a county building and deal with staff, but it's the look of the campus. You know, from the ground maintenance to the wayfinding to the parking lots to just, you know, the darkness on campus when we have night meetings and things like that. So, you know, I know many challenges. I'm happy to see them here to say how we can kind of tackle one or two at a time. And it's not something that's happened overnight. It's been ongoing. And I think probably when you lost staffing in 2007, you probably, you know, with the loss of staffing, you lost the funding. And, you know, but it's caught up to us now in 2015.
It's been a process.
Mm-hmm.
Been going on for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard from our perspective to focus the limited amount of resources we have to do grounds maintenance if we're not taking care of the departments inside.
Right.
And, you know, we've got to provide that service. I think we've got to provide that service first, the business of the government, as opposed to the external appearance when people are coming and seeing us.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's an issue,
Mm-hmm.
but there are limits on us.
So can I bring my weed
Is
eater
there-
over?
Can
I bring my
I
weed
think
eater
I have
over?
lots of equipment. It's the people power behind it.
Well,
That's what I
I'll be
hear.
the people power.
Oh.
Too.
I'll join you then.
do want to say that we have two very dedicated maintenance personnel, and they take a lot of pride in what they do, and they recognize it every day.
Mhm.
And it's not just the public. They talk about it to me also.
Right.
And it is noticed.
Well,
Everyone
it's got to be
notices.
frustrating for them too, because I know they got to walk by it every day as well. So, I mean, is there a way that we can, you know, we rallied here in San Andreas to clean the whole town. Can we do that? Oh, I know, liability issues, right?
Have a rally day of clean the government center up and maybe get
I mean,
things
there-
going.
Yeah, I agree. There are trees, like when you look out this window, that was the same scene I saw in 2006 when I was on the planning commission. That's how long it's been since it's looked overgrown like that. It's not your fault. I'm not picking on you, so please don't take it away.
Actually, the Master Gardeners has started working in that atrium area.
Yeah,
Yes, they have.
Well,
In the last couple of weeks.
Yes. So, I mean, is there a way that we could do that, though?
We could check with risk management to ensure that we have a one-day event insurance policy and see what that would look like and put out the word.
I'll round them up.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it needs a lot of, like our tree trimming and stuff would need some
Professional.
I'll bring my chainsaw.
We have a very good contracted tree service that we have limited funding for, so we do mostly the stuff that has to be done. His crew is incredible. Watching him dig down the tree that was leaning into the building, unfortunately couldn't be saved. We tried to figure out if we could save the person. He has actually come through and identified all the work that should be done and all the work that has to be done for us, and we pretty much work off that has to be done.
Who is it?
Siemens Tree Service.
Well, now that we've griped at you, I want to say I appreciate what you do. When,
Yeah,
seems
you guys
like
got
kind of
a big
appear
job.
magically when we've got some problems. So.
When this room's not cool.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, now we still got a bunch of melted chocolate out there. We'll never forget that.
Yeah, but it's all solidified again because the air conditioning is working fine now.
But you are there when we need you, and I thank you for that.
And just a couple of financial pieces to this puzzle. The board may remember or may not remember, but know of the fact that we went out and did a borrowing in 2007. It was a little over $7 million, and it was to fund capital projects much needed around the county. A good portion of that ended up being spent for the land where the Justice Center is now constructed. But there's still just a little bit under $3 million in that fund. So it really limits, and we have to be cautious of the projects we move forward with that money. There has never been money set aside on an ongoing basis since we did the COP borrowing, and that doesn't stand for COPS, it stands for Certificates of Participation. Prior to that, the money that we got in every year from Tobacco Master Settlement would go into the CIP budget for those projects. But when we did the borrowing, we committed that money to make the debt service payments on the COP. So since 2007, no money has been set aside to deal with deferred maintenance and other issues. And when that COP money runs out, there will be nothing left to do ongoing deferred projects, major repairs to buildings, or anything else. The only way we can start to rebuild that fund would be for the board to set a policy of setting X amount of dollars or a certain percent of the fund equity balance at the end of the fiscal year. I mentioned something similar to start rebuilding our general fund reserve, and when we get to year end and we know what our cash carry is or fund balance, to dedicate a percent or a certain amount to be set aside into a designated fund for future capital needs.
Well, one thing that was shown up there, and it's like one of these things we probably better not ignore too long, and that's a decision on that jail building.
Mm-hmm.
You did have a pretty good estimate of what it would take to fix it, but I wonder what the estimate is if we leveled it and created a park out there.
Well, you still have the $2.3 million liability before we start demoing it. Zach and Araya and I have been looking at costs for demolition on it. And we're thinking $30 a square foot, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 to $130,000, I think, with everything, for leveling it. And that's after you've spent your $2.3 million for abatement.
So you're talking $2.5 million to abate and level.
Wow.
If you don't run into any issues.
Well,
good time to start a construction recycling out there, huh?
Wow.
All right. I wished I had better news for y'all.
Thank you. Very informative.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a good presentation. Zachariah's going, boy, I'm glad that's over.
Back to work.
Okay. Board member announcements. Didn't think we were going to get there today. Yeah. So, who would like to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Let's see. Yesterday I attended a Central Sierra Child Support meeting. It was held in Bear Valley. So that was a very nice meeting day. It's been all my meetings at Bear Valley. But anyway, I attended that particular meeting. There was the approval of the budget. Years past, funding was based on kind of the expenses for the different support agencies. We're unique in that it's a JPA representing 4 counties. And so we're looking at probably funding changing in the next couple of years. And so anyway, there's some concern about, overall funding for the agency may not be as it has been in the past. And but it's not quite clear on how it's going to change and what it's going to look like in the future. So keep the board apprised as we learn more about that. But the agency continues to do well, meeting their goals and objectives, and they're also looking towards continuation of, we have our 3 offices, We have the main office in Jackson and an office in Sonora, and services here in Calaveras County, and we joint venture with Alpine County. So very interesting, learn more and more about this particular agency, and they do very well, and certainly within the state they're known for the work that they do and the successes that they have. Because of that particular meeting and the travel and the location, I was unable to attend the IHSS meeting. So I have nothing to report on that particular meeting. I don't know of any issues that need to be discussed at this time. I have a COG meeting next Wednesday. We did not have our meeting in July. Per our JPA, we do not have a meeting in July, so we'll continue in August. EMS meeting coming up in August as well. And that's all I have.
Okay, Mike?
I've been indisposed for the last several meetings. I want to personally thank every member of staff, board, for taking up the ball and running the yards, making this process work. I do apologize to our folks in the county, our TV land, but it was something I could not control. But I'm back in the saddle, and I'll be attending my community meetings again. I would encourage everybody to contact me by phone, email. I'm finally able to respond to our county email and look forward to getting back doing the job that you folks elected me to do. Thank you.
All right. Steve?
Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Glad to have you here. Since the last meeting, I went to a solid waste task force meeting. It was a good meeting. We're making progress, actually evolving into a point where we can maybe start really developing some direction, and that was not easy to get to that stage. As I said earlier, I got so excited that I took a Friday and accepted an invitation to tour some landfills where I saw things, if we can figure it out here, would really address some of our landfill issues and recycling issues. If you'd asked me 2 years ago if I was going to get so excited about touring a garbage dump, I probably would have laughed at you, but it really was a good day, and came back pretty supercharged from it, really. And I attended a Treasury oversight meeting. It's actually one of Mike's primary duties. I was happy to go. It's good to sit at the table with all of our people who are so astute about the numbers and get a handle on where the county's money's sitting. I appreciated it. I'll probably try to go back more, even when Mike's back at the helm. I think it's something that you do need to stay on top of as best as possible. Last night I was at a Calaveras Consolidated fire meeting, the board meeting. I had a couple things to bring up, but it's always good for me to stay in touch with them. They're such an important part of our community and our county, and especially where I live. They also, and I want to buy some press here on cable TV, they sell, one of the things that I'm doing is trying to increase the safety in my district, and if you have an address and the first responders coming out and they can't find you, it doesn't help them very much. So Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District sells reflective numbers for only $14, and you can put your numbers out there and they can find your address a lot quicker. So if anybody needs a connection on that, let me know and I'll get you a copy of this. Or you can just mail it to them through your request or give them a call. But I'm glad to help forward the stream to get you there too. So, and one more thing, since I am lucky enough to have a newspaper in District 5, I want to bring up that he's pointed out to me on that there hasn't been a bid process for the newspapers for a bit now when they do the legal printing, and hopefully the next time that comes up, that will happen so that we can have an open bid on it and give the newspaper in District 5 a chance to at least throw his hat in the ring for that bid. Thank you.
Thanks. Real quickly, thank you, Mike, for being back. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah. And I attended the Movo Job Training Agency meeting over in Sonora, and that's really going well. Now it's really interesting seeing that you do see the numbers of people coming in new go down as the economy improves. More people have found jobs and are working, and so that's kind of an interesting trend. You can really see it in the quarterly numbers they put out. So I found that encouraging, and also attended a really very informative UMR meeting, Upper McCollum River Watershed Authority meeting last week, and got a good map of some of the forest projects going on in both the El Dorado and the Stanislaus National Forest. And there's been a really strong effort from both the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group as well as others to get more on the ground forest thinning happening, and it's starting to slowly build up again, and we're starting to get people on the ground. CHIPS, who works as a nonprofit that works out of West Point, they have hired now. They're up over 20 people that are out in the forest, working on these thinning projects and fuel reduction. So it's really happening, and BLM is trying to step up their efforts too. They presented a new initiative that would get hopefully more local influence on what happens on BLM land, and more money for clearing and fuel reductions on their property. So that UMR meeting was really informative, and that's all I have.
Okay. So on 7/15, I went to the CPPA meeting. Just to let you know, our power will be going up a penny per kilowatt. So it'll be from 8.5 to 9.5 this next year, which could mean a lot of money for the county, actually. I know it means a lot to CCWD. And then they expect it to go to 10.5 the following year. So we'll see about that. On the 15th, I also had chamber leadership here at the county. So the leadership team came here to the county, and Dana Jorgensen was here to speak to them. And then I spoke to them about my challenges in the county as a board chair. And Dana he took most of the time, actually. He was there for like an hour and a half. But real good job, real good group of folks that were very interested in the business-wise of what's going on in our county. And then I went directly after that, I went to the Valley Springs Area Business Association luncheon. And then after that was camera. So that was a really long day, actually. So I had the camera meeting over at CCWD. After that, I went to CCTV or the PEG TV over here to do a half-hour interview with Steve Baum, who is a person that I've been working with on the Calaveras Has Talent program. And so we got an opportunity to promote it, on our TV station, and so that was actually pretty fun. It was nice not having to worry about talking about county business for once. I was actually having fun with Steve, and it was a good deal. On 7/16, chamber board, executive board meeting, chamber board meeting, and then chamber mixer that night. So it was a chamber day, and Shirley was there, and it was the business of the evening was the Calaveras Enterprise. So it was at at the ever popular Pickle Patch. It was a very nice event. On the 20th was LAVCO, and in LAVCO for the RCD that we're going to be trying to get going here. I won't say trying because we're going to do it. They voted to waive the fees, any LAVCO fees, to create the RCD. The 21st, agenda review. Usually when I come over for an agenda review, I end up staying here practically the whole day because, from one to the other. And on the 23rd, or 22nd, spent my day at Calaveras High School. They had their rodeo. What do they call that? The student rodeo? Back to school rodeo. And so I sat in the booth for the community engagement program that they have going. And it's basically, they have a website, and it's called Calaveras Community Engagement. And you can log on to their website if you're a nonprofit or if you're a group that wants to get volunteers to come and help you. You log on and you can, what's it called? Register Calaveras Community Engagement, CCE. And you can register there, and then they'll screen you to make sure that you're legitimate. And they'll put it on their website. The kids, they all have a student ID. They log on to the same website. They create a profile, and they can volunteer for whatever you got going. And so what they're supposed to do is come and volunteer, go back and log what they did, take some of the hours that they spent there, and put that onto the same site, log it onto the site. By the time they're seniors, they will have a detailed report on all the community service or community activities that they did, which, of course, is good for future of them, their employment or even the college application. So it's a good program. I personally think it should be a requirement. I'm getting a lot of pushback on that one, but we'll see how that works as a volunteer program first. And I would like to get as many community service organizations out there as we can to log onto that site and register. If we can have some, even here, if there's anything that we can do here, that'd be great. Like Steve was talking earlier about having an intern program or something like that. There may be things that we can create to get these students to come and to learn about their community, learn about their government, and volunteer in the community as well. So lots of opportunity if you think out of the box. So that was on the 22nd. And I was there with Stacy Johnston, the executive director for the chamber. She's got a way with people, man. She could stop more people and talk to them. So I was really impressed with that. On the 23rd, I attended the Historical Society dinner up at Cinder's Ranch, where Shirley brought in the new board members, and she gave the induction. So that was really good. And then I got to watch some of those folks go down that slide. That was real fun. On the 24th, last Friday, I went to Tuolumne up to Pinecrest, and I was invited by John Buckley, and they gave a tour of the experimental forest that they have up there. It's 640 acres big, and they've done lots of different treatments to it, experimenting on it to see how different reductions in the forest and different forest, like the trees, and also types of trees, sizes of trees, the types of vegetation, and all of that, what it does to the environment, what it does for the environment, what it does against it, what it does for the habitat, the animals, And also, Roger Bales had one of his weather stations up there, so he was measuring, he's doing a hydrology study as well. First, we started off in a part of the forest that hadn't been treated since, or actually logged since 1929. Man, you can't see very far in that thing, so I mean, that thing's like a big old firebox. It used to be that there were a lot more oak trees up there and a lot of different trees other than the conifer type trees. A lot more pine trees and a lot less fir trees and cedar trees. So when you go down to the treated areas, it's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And they did some areas where they just they logged it out, left stuff. Then they went to another area where they logged it out, chipped it out. And then they went to another area where they had more open space and watched the animals, what they do. And then they went to another area where they actually logged it out and then they burned it off. So the idea of that is, that's the best treatment. The idea of that is to find out, one of the things was to find out how many trees you're going to lose in a burn like that. And less than 10% is what they came up with. So it actually was very informative. Very good program. And so at the end of the meeting, of course, they're talking about how we need to bring this out into the public and see if we can get the public to have a positive input on it and try to get our legislators to agree that this is a good thing, right? Really. It's a great thing. So I stepped up to the plate and said, hey, you know what? Calaveras County, I'm willing to start a meeting, start to have meetings there to inform the public and get the legislators involved that we can. I'll go out and work for that. And I said, is next week too late or too early? So, we're about 2 months out, I think, on that. But I sure would like the board to get behind that. It will create jobs in a big way. And the idea too is, they still have to do their environmental reporting and things like that. So you do an environmental report on a 100-acre parcel or a 10,000-acre parcel, right? So actually, the bigger you can do, the better, because it's more cost-effective, quicker, and the work can start, and you can get a big part of it done. What that does really is it gives the companies that are going to go into the area confidence that that work is there, which means they'll invest into what they need to do to process all of what they're bringing out. So a lot of work to do, but there's a lot of great things happening there, and I'm looking forward to supporting that program. So that's it.
Just a reminder to the board, so you get it on your calendar, final budget hearings will start September 8th. Instructions went out to departments yesterday. It will be mainly technical adjustments in nature that we bring forward to the board, and hopefully it will go as quickly and as smoothly as recommended budget.
I have nothing unless you want a closed session that you want me to put on for whatever reason. Nope, no closed sessions.
Usually that comes from you guys.
I'll think of one.
Yeah. Thank you, David. And thanks for doing a great job today, David.
I do have an additional comment. Last Saturday night, I'm pleased to say that Calaveras County was well represented in Chicago. T.J. Dillashaw defended his title and won. So I'm hopeful that maybe at some point in the next several months we can have T.J. come to a board meeting and we can give him a resolution.
Well, I think that you ought to put that proclamation together there, Debbie.
All right. I shall do that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's a good fight, and not that I'm into that kind of sport events, but
well, we're known
for
people stealing cars and earthquakes, and now fighting. That's great. Very nice. Fire, don't forget.
You did a wonderful job.
job, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.